think we're good here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my channel. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Michael, and we are back going to be teaching ourselves some computer science today. Mainly the Harvard CS50X 2025 course. Just dev. Let's log in here. We're getting emails. Not disturb. All right. Tim got beat again. Sorry, Tim. All right. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in, welcome on, welcome all. How's it going? It's great to hear from everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Today is February 26th, 2025, and we are going to be finishing the lecture today for Harvard CS50 Week 8 on Harvard CS50X 2025 Week 8 on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So the entire first half of this lecture was about, introduction to the internet, routers mainly, and IP versus what was it? What was it? Something 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 slash IP. Shoot, I'm forgetting, guys. What was it? What was it? What was it here? TCP/IP, right? So we learned about Internet Protocol, which is basically IPv4, like IP addresses, a integer from 0 to 255, typically four of those integers, separated by periods in between. That represents some sort of address to some specific computer itself. We have a TCP, a part of that, right? The transmission control protocol, which makes sure data is sent and received correctly, in that form of packets. Like, it counts the number of packets that it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be receiving 100 packets. Let me make sure I got all 100, and then display that information to the user or whatnot. They talked about a sequence number and an acknowledgement number. We need to get some more information on those today to fill in these notes. We talked about ports, unique numeric identify, a unique numeric to identify identity for an internet service. Server specify the specific server to server. What is my typing here? Specify the specific server for the data to be sent. Right, we learned about DNS as domain name system servers. These are what are typically translate the actual IP addresses or the actual domain names into their specific IP addresses and route these computers to those various web pages. Because on the computer systems, we learned about how they recently save recently viewed sites onto their cache, and so and then you can access those sites quickly. But when you haven't ever visited a site before, you actually ping one of these DNS servers, which will actually recursively call to the other ones in order to find basically the path to that web page. So it's really like a whole network, as you say, the internet is, of things talking to each other, trying to find the quickest paths from location A to B, depending on the circumstances. So then we got into HTTP versus HTTPS, so hypertext transfer protocol versus the secure version thereof, or encrypted version whereof, right? We learned about URLs and what they actually contain. So we learned about that you have the the full, what was it called? I feel like I'm missing some notes here. Maybe not. The full qualified domain name, right, which is the www dot whatever, has a path which goes to, has a key value search that you searched for, right? So we were able to, manipulate these key value search parameters to override and send users various places within our, and we recreated, the Google search engine using their this functionality here. We learned about some status codes yesterday, which, we talked about, some codes that are thrown to the user in various circumstances to direct them or show them various circumstances when trying to receive web pages or interact with things online, or, on their own system. And then we got into, obviously, HTML, which is the hypertext markup language. Now, from there, we did a lot of practice with HTML, using the boilerplate, the docs type HTML tag with language equals to English for the, setting the English page to English for, screen readers. We have a header, which represents, basically that tab notation, as you can see, the CS50X 2025 Lecture 8 HTML, CSS, JavaScript, YouTube. That is like our header. This tab is our header, and then the title within that tab or header is that title that you see, or wording within there. For instance, we have what was it? Image. We have a title image here, and then within the body, this is what you actually see on the body of the web page itself. You can structure, and then you can obviously throw images on there, like we talked about. You can put references so you can visit them actually with anchor tags. So you can make hrefs, which are hypertext reference links or whatever. So you can anchor them to send you to certain places when clicked. We can create lists, both ordered and unordered. We talked about paragraphs with the p tag. Register, we used forms, right, with input and a button to customize basically an input form for an email. We manipulated all these types, placeholder, autofocus, autocomplete to basically customize this email within HTML parameters. And more things about that Google search one, table formatting, table rows, table row, table data. So like these nested tags to to create a table, and then obviously sending videos, having controls be muted, source, all that kind of jazz. So really, really cool. Thank you guys so much for joining me here regarding the Harvard CS50X 2025. We're going to get into that lecture here in just a second. But in the meantime, one quick second, we have an upgrade, people. Upgrades. Oh, you guys can't see the notes. Oh my gosh. That is so troll. There you go. Sorry, guys. Oh, that's so troll. So, right, we talked about paragraphs and headers. We talked about, loading images, giving it alternative text, when the image isn't, source isn't working. Obviously, that title and head that I talked about earlier, HTML tag, doc type tag. We talked about, those paragraphs, that anchor reference to, be able to click on hypertext links that, look like, plain English text. Obviously unordered versus ordered lists. Paragraphs. We talked about, like I said, that form. So you can create like a form for input, have an actual input the user can sign, like an input box, customize it with some parameters, and apply a button for register. Within that form, we can, we have, that Google search that we talked about, creating table with, table tag, table row, table data for the individual cells within those table rows. And then we have obviously that video one. So sorry about that. Didn't know my screen wasn't sharing there. We are close to 1.5K, you guys. So thank you so much for following me along here. I really, really appreciate all the support we've been given. Make sure you guys throw a thumbs up on the channel, on the stream today if you're enjoying your time here. But like I said, you guys, we have upgrades. What was it? What's that thing from SpongeBob where it's anyone know what I'm talking about? When that one weird episode from SpongeBob that always was kind of a trip episode where it's like the narrator speaks the whole time about how to make a Krabby Patty, and it's a weird episode, but boom, upgrades, people, upgrades are here. So we are finally moving on from this little guy here. Funny story, I had to, my original reason why I stopped playing video games about, 2.5 years ago was that I started to develop some pretty bad carpal tunnel in my wrist. I was using a Logitech G Pro mouse, and at the end of my short 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of gaming, my wrist would just be shooting with pain, like some really intense, pain and aching. And so the mouse that I was using either was just too small, or I don't know what was going on, but it just really kind of killed my whole passion. And then I just kind of moved on to other things and started programming. Anyways, motivate me to finish my website, Mike the Motivated. Well, we're going to be jumping into some web development here on the channel shortly. I think it would be cool to start up some web development projects. Maybe first we'll ease into it with a personal portfolio website that we make from scratch, and then I think we should make a front end UI experience for the small business manager, and we should make it be a internet app rather than just a client-based app. So I think it would be really, really cool to take this idea and make it an actual internet accessible application via, Google or Safari or whatnot, so that users can access it online and have their database be online rather than just be within their system. So anyways, let's open this up here on the stream and let's get this set up before we get started here. So this is the MX Master 3S, the Master Series. I was recommended this mouse by people in the Discord, so if you're in the Discord, thanks so much for being in there. There's a lot of great resources in there for learning. It's kind of like a roadmap for my Python learning thus far. Come on, get out of there. Let me take it out of the box. All right. Do you guys, anyone else have this mouse, the MX Master 3? We are unboxing it right now. Let's put this back here. We're unboxing that right now. This is going to level up our productivity game. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? Right. So it comes with a dongle. All right. And then we've got a charger. USB-C. Okay, cool. Just a little card. You can screw in some stuff. You got to screw in some stuff on the bottom. All right, here we go. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, this is nice. This is really nice. All right. Let's go ahead and try this out. How do you set this up? So Bluetooth on, go to Bluetooth settings. Switch on Bluetooth and connect. Or connect the dongle and switch on right away. Okay. What's in this like triangle looking thing here? Anything in there? No, just packaging? Okay. All right, that is all she wrote, I think, regarding what's inside the magic box. What's in the box? All right, where do I put this guy? I don't lose it. That's the real question. Uh-oh. We'll just set it over there for right now. Okay, let's try this out. So let's throw this one on. Okay, it's flashing. Let's go to my settings. Here. Let's see. MX Master Connect. Ooh, here we go. Okay, we're connected. And we're live. Goodbye, Apple Magic Mouse. You served your purpose well. I'll keep you on the side. This will be like a good mouse for travel because it's so thin and light. So when I go visit my parents, I'll have to go to my grandma's funeral. Don't mean to kill the vibe, but I'll have to go to my grandma's funeral next in a couple Saturdays, and so I'll take this with me to continue on the stream so we can make sure to be able to have some mouse action on the streams. But we have leveled up to this beefy guy here. It's nice to finally have a scroll wheel again. Let's give it a go ahead and give it a whirl here. All right. Look at that. Can I increase the DPI? I don't think that did anything. What's this do? Oh, you can select. Okay. With that. With both of them. Okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. Let's hold on. Let's go into my mouse settings. Let me make my tracking speed a little faster. And then my scrolling speed a little faster as well. All right, cool. We're all set up here. I like this. This feels really good. This is a lot better than the Magic Mouse already. My hand is 10 times more comfortable already. So this is going to be a worthwhile investment, let me tell you. Thank you guys so much for recommending this. I appreciate the help, you guys. You guys are awesome. Ooh, that scroll is a little too fast, though. Let me go back to my mouse settings. Sorry. We're getting things figured out here. You guys are watching it live here. Scroll speed. Mouse. Tracking speed. Scrolling speed. Let's bring that back down. Okay. All right. Gotcha. What games are you going to be playing? No games on this one, unfortunately. Last night I was kind of cool idea for community, but quit as it's stupid. What if we gamify stream? What if we gamify stream for viewers, like street counter, first one to come to a stream, endorse function out, finally 4 helpers. That'd be cool. And leaderboards and score and stuff. That'd be cool, actually. Like a leaderboard stats for the stream. Like reoccurring, yeah, like most frequent viewers. That'd be cool, yeah. I like that. All right, let's go ahead and get into this lecture without further ado. This is going to be Harvard CS50X 2020. Oh, let me start my recording here before I get too far into my intro. All right, let's jump right into this week 2, this back half lecture of the Harvard CS50X 2025 lecture on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for week 8. This is the part 2 of a 2-part lecture watch along. So let's go ahead and dive right on in.
What are called regular expressions to help solve this problem. A regular expression is a pattern, otherwise known as a regex for short, that allows you to validate input from users and make sure that that input matches some pattern. And this is a bit of a mouthful how you can do these. There's a whole bunch of documentation online, not only at this URL, but in Python's own documentation and in other locations as well. But just wanted to give you a taste of the possibilities because these are really everywhere in high-level programming nowadays, as well as in this context of HTML. Here is the symbology of regular expressions. We're not in a language. It's just a way of representing patterns, if you will. If you have a dot in a string of text that's a regular expression, that just means any character. It's like a wild card. Any one character can be there. A star actually means 0 or more times. So you can say, give me a character 0 or more times. So there's either nothing there, or there's 1, or there's 2, or there's more. You can use a plus, which means give me 1 or more characters. So not 0, but 1 or more. You can use a question mark, which means 0 or 1 character, but that's it. You can use curly braces, unrelated to Python, and say, I want this many occurrences of a character. And you can have a range inside of curly braces. Give me minimally this many characters, maximally this one. And you can do other things, too. In square brackets, you can say, give me any one of these digits, 0 through 9 in this case, but you could type anything in there that you want. You could say 0-9 to specify a whole range without having to type them all out. You can type \D to indicate any digit, so you don't have to type any of that out. Or you can do the opposite, \D, which means anything except a digit. So long story short, and I'm very much waving my hands at some of the details here, there's this whole symbology that humans have come up with in different languages via which you can represent patterns. So this is all to say that I could come up with my own pattern for an email address, even though it's not going to be as good as the browser's own. Let me go back to VS Code here. Instead of saying email, type equals email, let me go back.
Go back here to some of these other ones real quickly.
And say, I want this many occurrences of a character. And you can have a range inside of curly braces. Give me minimally this many characters, maximally this one. And you can do other things, too. In square brackets, give me minimally this.
All right, let's see. And then here, N, M, at least N occurrences at most m occurrences. Right, any non-digit character. Sure. Perfect.
Many characters, maximally this one. And you can do other things too. In square brackets, you can say, give me any one of these digits, 0 through 9 in this case, but you could type anything in there that you want. You could say 0-9 to specify a whole range without having to type them all out. You can type \d to indicate any digit, so you don't have to type any of that out. Or you can do the opposite, \D, which means anything except a digit. So long story short, and I'm very much waving my hands at some of the details here, there's this whole symbology that humans have come up with in different languages via which you can represent patterns. So this is all to say that I could come up with my own pattern for an email address, even though it's not going to be as good as the browser's own. Let me go back to VS Code here. Instead of saying email type equals email, let me go back to type equals text, or heck, I can go to the default and get rid of this altogether. But I'm going to use one other attribute we haven't yet seen, which is literally pattern equals quote unquote. Inside of this pattern's value, I can use a regular expression, a pattern that represents what kinds of values I want to accept. Now I'm going to keep this simple and therefore not very good, but remember that dot means any character, plus means one or more of any character. An @ means literally an @. Another dot means any character. Another plus means one or more of any character. Then \edu. What's going on here? Well, we haven't seen this yet, but curiously, if I want to literally have a period in the user's input, well, I can't use dot because that means any character. It was a wildcard. So just like in C, just like in Python, I have to escape certain characters. So in regular expressions, if I do \dot, that means give me a literal dot in the user's input, an actual period. And then edu means make sure that the user's email address, in this case, ends with .edu. Now this is a bit of a simplification because it is not the case in email addresses that you can allow for any one or more characters, then an @, and then any one or more characters, and then a .edu. It's actually more formally defined than that. So this is a very quick and dirty regular expression for an email address.
Quick and dirty.
However, if I now go back to my register page and reload, and I again try to type in David and not an invalid email address, that pattern will be checked, and the browser will prevent the form from submitting at all. So I can express different patterns of things. Now, for email, that's not the best thing because, in fact, if I actually look at the official definition of an email address's regular expression, according to browsers, it's actually this crazy long sequence of text using the symbols I showed you as well as some others. But this just speaks to how complicated the definition of an email address's pattern is. So using type equals quote unquote email, definitely the better bet. But let me do something a little more reasonable. If I go back to VS Code here, and let's suppose that we want to ask the user not for an email address, but their phone number. So let me change the placeholder to be phone, for instance. And then let me change the pattern to be that of a US phone number. So here I could do this in a bunch of ways, but I'm going to use \D, which means any digit, and then curly braces 3 times. Then a hyphen, then a \D, curly braces 3, then a hyphen, then \D, curly braces 4. And this here represents a standard format for a US-based phone number, 3 digits, -3 digits, -4 digits. So this is how I can now ensure that the human types in not an email address, and definitely not their name, but a phone number that at least follows a certain pattern. Maybe not very user-friendly because do you really want to require the user to type in dashes? Wouldn't it be nice if they can skip those? Maybe they want to use parentheses. So there's better ways, arguably, still to do this. The point here, though, is that web pages and other programming languages more broadly do support these things called regular expressions, which are wonderfully useful in the real world. But there is a danger here. Suppose that even though this catches invalid phone numbers now, register,
tell you valid format.
It's telling me to match the requested format. Unfortunately, as great as all these features are, these patterns are that I just introduced, You, as web developers now, should never trust users' input. Why? The only thing stopping the user from typing in invalid data, like their name instead of their email, or their name instead of a phone number, or something else invalid, is the code that they've downloaded to their browser. But recall that even though when they view page source, they see exactly what came from your website, they can open their own browser's developer tools via inspect here. They can go to those elements and, for instance, expand the form by clicking this triangle. And if they don't like the pattern you're imposing on them, well, let me just go ahead in there, delete that, hit enter. OK, watch what happens now. I have modified the in-memory version of the web page. I can click register now all I want. And I have just submitted DAVID instead of a phone number. So this is to say, unfortunately, that this week alone, we do not yet have enough skills, enough knowledge to correctly validate user input. We can make the experience more user-friendly. We can tell them right away in the browser, you're doing something wrong. Please don't submit this form yet. But we're also going to need, before long, a server-side mechanism for defending against that kind of attack too. So through phishing, and in this case through modification of the actual DOM in memory, we've seen all too readily how adversaries can try to infiltrate our sites in some way. Now, in addition to the developer tools that come with your own browser, it's worth noting that there is at least one official source via which you can validate your actual HTML. That is to say, make sure that it is well-formed and that it actually adheres to the HTML spec. At validator.w3.org is a web-based tool that you can use to copy-paste your HTML, even paste the URLs of web pages into. And this is actually a tool that will provide you with some feedback as to whether or not you've made syntactic errors with your actual code. All right, with that said, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we'll introduce stylization of these pages, namely through CSS.
Well, maybe we should have taken a break yesterday then. What the heck? All right. My program is looking a little boring. A little basic text input. Yeah, we're going to build something here. Once we get through this lecture, I do want to build some, front-end stuff, regarding our small business manager. So we're going to try to build some, user graphical interface, UI for our small business manager. So stay tuned if you want to see that. We currently have it working in the CLI environment, but we need to expand it even further to get it to more, kind of more of a streamlined, modern program. So so we just did some stuff on regular expressions. The CS50P course, the Python course that they offer, has a whole week on regular expressions. I think it's a whole week. So you really get a lot of practice with regular expressions in the CS50P course. So if you're wanting some more familiarity with regular expressions in themselves, maybe take a stab at that as well. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. What are you guys working on this evening? Thank you for being here. Let me go ahead and message chat here. We are watching Harvard CS50X Week 8 on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This is part 2. Join up and learn. All right. Sweet. Got that in there. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are awesome. Let me know what you guys are studying. What are you working on here? Importing Flash / the Django for Python backend to connect to web page API / UI unless you have a different plan. No, I don't. Honestly, I don't have any plan at the moment, Richard. So that sounds like a good idea. We'll definitely have to get some practice with those two combos, Flash / the Django. I know that they have some practice projects on Django in the Python crash course. So maybe we can take a stab at that too and complete that as well. But let's continue on with the lecture here, you guys.
All right. right, we are back, and it's time now to start stylizing these web pages so that they're not just these boring black and white pages that have structure to them, but really no style. And so for this, what we're going to do is introduce another language called CSS, or Cascading Style Sheets, which is another language, but not a programming language, via which you can specify how certain tags should be appearing on the screen. For instance, we've already seen tags like H1, H2, H3, and I described those as big and bold, and not quite as big and bold, and not quite as big and bold. But what do we mean by bold and big? It would be nice if we could actually use font sizes or pixel sizes. It would be nice if we could introduce colors and other aesthetics. And indeed, CSS allows you to adorn the structure of your page with the last mile of detail, so to speak. The colors, the sizing, the spacing, the positioning, and so much more. Now, in order to do this, we're going to need to introduce one other term of art, namely properties. And frankly, at this point, we're just coming up with different words for the same ideas in all of these various languages. But properties are sets of, not surprisingly, key value pairs. A property allows you to specify the color of something is this value, or the margin for this something is this value, or the height of something is this value. So properties is just the term of art used in the CSS world to describe key value pairs, just like attributes is the word used in the world of HTML to describe their key value pairs. Same idea for as far back as the dictionaries with which we introduced this here topic. Now, where can you go about using properties, and how can you go about using them? Well, it turns out there's going to be different ways of applying properties to elements inside of a web page. And you're going to have to specify as the developer how to select those there elements. And with the wave of a hand, let me describe there as being type selectors, class selectors, ID selectors, and attribute selectors, some of which we will see over time. And all this means is that we're going to use slightly different syntax when we want to refer to different parts of a web page. To do that, though, we're going to need to tell the browser that we want to include some CSS in our page. So here again is that sample HTML that represents really the simplest canonical web page that we can create. This one's just saying hello title and hello body. And if we make room in the head now, it turns out that there can be more than just a title inside of the head of a web page. In particular, you can have a tag called style, which is wonderfully named because inside of that tag, you can put some of those CSS properties, key value pairs, targeting specific elements inside of a web page. Alternatively, we're going to see that instead of using a style tag, you can actually use another tag up here, namely a link tag, which unfortunately is poorly named insofar as it doesn't refer to a hyperlink in the way that the anchor tag and the href attribute does that we described earlier. This one allows you to link in the contents of a .css file, which contains all of those same properties, the key value pairs, but instead of typing them out in your actual web page, you can actually put them in a separate file and include them more readily. But it turns out there's yet another way to stylize web pages, and that's with style attributes. And we'll begin our story there, if only because it's the simplest way to begin. But then, as we often do, we'll try to improve the design thereof. So let me go back to VS Code here. Let me create a new file called home.html and pretend like we're creating a home page for someone, like John Harvard here on campus. Let me go ahead and save a few keystrokes, as often, by copying and pasting my hello world code into home.html. I'll change the title of the page, I'll get rid of hello body, and I'll hide my terminal window so we can now build a home page for John Harvard. Let me imagine this home page as having like 3 big sections, like a sort of header for the page with John's name, maybe a middle of the page that just welcomes people to his web page, and then a footer with like copyright information or things like that. Pretty common format for a web page, sort of something up here, something down here, something down here. We just need a generic structure with which to play with some HTML and then some CSS. So let me do this. Let me create a paragraph tag at the top of the page that just has John Harvard's name. Let me create a second paragraph below that says, welcome to my home page, exclamation point. And then below that, let me have a footer of sorts that's just copyright John Harvard in this way. Now, let's go about improving this in a few ways. Well, one, this is a very quick and dirty copyright symbol. It turns out, as an aside, that there's other ways to express characters in HTML, one of which is through what are called HTML entities. Because it turns out, for some symbols that aren't easily typed on your keyboard, you can actually use some special syntax. And I'm going to use this, ampersand, pound symbol, 169, semicolon. And here, VS Code is actually highlighting it, colorizing it so I can see what's going on differently. This is an HTML entity using code number 169, which if you look it up in a book or a manual online, you'll see that this means an actual copyright symbol. So a little C with a circle around it. So useful and commonly used here in the US. Not as easy to type on the keyboard. You could alternatively go Google it, highlight, copy it elsewhere, and paste it in using Unicode. But HTML entities are commonly used still to represent certain symbols like these. Now, let's look at what this web page resembles. Let me go back to VS Code in my directory index. Let me click on home.html. And here we have John Harvard's web page. But notice that there are indeed 3 paragraphs of text, although it's not really appropriate to call these paragraphs because they're really just different parts of the page or divisions of the page. So we'll come back to that. But all of the font sizes are the same. Like there's no making John Harvard big and bold here. I don't really need to see the copyright as big as it is. So you might want to start stylizing content like this. But we have, with HTML alone, structured this web page. So how can I add some style? Well, first I'm going to introduce a style attribute before then taking it away. I'm going to go to my paragraphs start tag here. I'm going to add a style attribute, and I'm going to change, for instance, the font size here. So font-size, large, semicolon, close quotes. Then on this tag here, I'm going to add another style attribute equals quote unquote font-size medium, semicolon, close quotes. And then lastly, just to keep this going, style equals quote unquote font size, small, semicolon, close quote. Now, strictly speaking, I don't need the semicolons in this particular case. I'm doing it just for uniformity, as we'll soon see. But they're kind of back, just as they were kind of back when we introduced SQL and the end of those statements. But here now, I seem to have added some attributes, the style attribute, to each of these tags that's stylizing the aesthetics of this here page. So the structure is the same, but now the aesthetics are different. In fact, let me go back to my other tab. Let me reload the page, and I should see now these new styles. And indeed, it's a little subtle, but the top line is bigger, the middle line is medium, and the bottom line is indeed smaller. Well, it'd be nice to kind of center everything. So what else can we do with this page? Well, let me go back to VS Code here, and let me, after the semicolon, do something like this. Text-align, center, semicolon. And just to save some time, let me go ahead and highlight everything I just added and paste it inside of those same quotes. So now notice I have more properties. And indeed, that's what we're looking at here. This key, font size, has a value of large. The whole thing, therefore, is a property. And I've used it in 3 different ways with 3 different values, large, medium, and small. This is another property over here, text align, whose value is center. And I'm using that again and again and again, separating them both, again, by semicolons. Let me go back to my page here. And you might imagine, as soon as I click reload, now everything is nicely centered.
Nice.
So I'm taking some baby steps toward improving the aesthetics of this page, but I dare say I haven't really done this in the best way. Let's chip away at this further. So paragraph tags are fine, but semantically they're really meant to describe paragraphs. And I'm hard pressed to say that John Harvard is a paragraph and copyright is a paragraph. But these are different regions of or areas of my page. So I think what I'd like to do here is just be semantically a little more appropriate. So I'm going to change my p tag to be a little more generically div tags, which stands for division, which is kind of a generic rectangular region of the page, which in some sense is adding less information, but we're going to improve upon this further. This is a very common way to structure pages. In fact, when we glimpsed Harvard's HTML earlier, there were lots of divs in the page because someone who designed that page was kind of laying things out in rectangular regions. And even though there's no visible rectangles, that's kind of what's going on here. It's one rectangular region on top of another, 3 of them in total. But I don't think this is the best design still. Why? Well, let me go back to VS Code here. And even if you're brand new to CSS, let alone HTML as well, you might have noticed that I kind of copied and pasted, and that generally has not been a good practice. It suggests that I'm just doing something redundantly. But what if I did this? What if I factored out that redundancy, that commonality, the text-align center as follows? Let me go ahead and delete it here. Let me delete it here, and let me delete it here, and let me propose that all 3 of these divs actually have a common parent from which they descend, so to speak, namely the body tag. So technically, I could go up here and do a style attribute on the body tag equals quote unquote, and then put text align, center, semicolon, And the idea of, again, the document object model with CSS is that that text alignment, centering it, will cascade down to the child elements, which are div, 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 3 of them in this case, so that all of them are still centered. Let me go back to my other tab here and reload. And even though nothing has changed visually, underneath the hood, I have factored out that commonality and applied text align center to all 3 of those same elements. Now, technically, there's other ways to do this. If I didn't want to stylize the whole body, especially if this is a bigger page that has other elements inside of it, I could actually introduce a parent of my own. It is perfectly reasonable to create a parent div, which after all is just sort of a generic container there. Let me close it all the way at the bottom here and indent it accordingly. And then let me go ahead and indent all of these 3 divs inside of that new div to make the point that if I don't want to apply a style to an entire body of the page, that's fine. I can similarly just do text align center right here, and that too would achieve the same result. And indeed, in Harvard's page, we might have noticed there were lots of divs, not only side by side, but nested inside of each other, perhaps, it would seem, for similar reasons as well. Now, strictly speaking, I don't have to do it this way. Let me go back to the body approach just to keep it simple. But let me propose that as useful as these divs are, as these containers, whereby each of them describes a different region of the page, I could probably help the internet. I could help search engines. I could help AI. I could help screen readers, for accessibility's sake, understand a bit more about what I mean for each of these divisions of the page to be. So instead of just generically saying div, what I'm actually going to do instead is use 3 semantic tags. And by semantic tags, I just mean HTML tags that are not as generic as div or paragraph, or P for short. I'm going to specify that John Harvard is actually in the header of this page, and I'm going to close that tag accordingly. That welcome to my home page is in the main part of the page, and I'm going to close that accordingly. And the footer is actually in a tag called footer itself, and I'll close that one as well. Now, these are not tags I'm just making up. These are officially in the HTML specification, but they mean exactly what they say. The header for the page is probably useful. It's kind of informational, where you are, whose web page this is. But the main part of the page is generally the juicy part that has actual information that isn't just logos and headings like that. The footer, though, typically tends to be less important. It's got useful stuff, but it's probably not as important as the header and or the main part of the page. So these tags capture those semantics. And the upside is when Google or Bing show you sample search results, or when ChatGPT or some future technology is learning about what this page is saying, it could logically give a little more weight to the header and the main part and less weight to the footer. So you don't see excerpts from the footer, which might not generally be nearly as useful. But what else can we do now that we've introduced these tags? Let's actually take a step toward improving the design of this page too. Generally speaking, it's not the best practice to combine the structure of your page with the aesthetics thereof. In other words, it's not the best idea to combine HTML with CSS all in the same place. Because when I glance at this page, it would be nice if my HTML really did just structure the page. And then somewhere else, maybe in a different file altogether, all of the aesthetics are. Why? Because this way, maybe, I could use different CSS properties for night mode, for dark mode, and for light mode, so that depending on the time of day, the colors of the website might be a little bit different. I could maybe use different style sheets for different devices or different types of browsers or the like. So it'd be nice to kind of factor out the stylization from the web page itself.
Hey guys, thanks for joining me. Sorry, I'll just pause it right here before I continue on. I'm Michael. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm 26 years old. I've been teaching myself how to program for a little bit over 6 months, almost 7 months now. Started with Harvard's CS50P, where we took that course and completed over the summer last year. And we solidified all the knowledge with the Python Crash Course book and completed this one live on the channel. So you can go back through and watch my live reading on the channel. And also I'm completing the Try It Yourself practice problems live on the channel as well. So I'm going back through and completing those and uploading videos to them. I mainly read books and take courses on this channel to teach myself computer science. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I graduated back in 2021 from college, and I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company. I've been doing that ever since I graduated. Got a job right out of college and moved from my college town to my employment town, and I've been here ever since. But I'm currently, have a passion for computer science and learning more about how to actually program and in general more about computer science and computer architecture. It really, really fascinates me just how we've been able to create these as humans in general. Being a physical scientist and translating this into more technological and electronic science, it's just really, really fascinating. So I've been doing this, and we've created a couple of projects live on the channel. Yes, we're going to get into the machine learning book next after We're going to dive into lots of stuff once I free up a little bit more time after I complete this course. So we're on week 8. Once I complete this course, we're going to dive into some more math course, either Calculus 1 or maybe even into some more discrete mathematics or linear algebra. And then we're going to also start up some more computer architecture and machine learning books next. So learning about machine learning, I have a machine learning book back here that we'll get started up into, and then we'll also get reading on a computer hardware or architecture book, just so we can get some more in-depth knowledge about how computers are actually working, so we can know how to manipulate them better and understand. I really want to create kind of a mastery and a real solid understanding about this. This isn't just to gain employment quickly within a period of time like some of these YouTube gurus out there. This is really a genuine passion for understanding this information, and just a genuine passion for learning more. I think that education is an extreme privilege that we have, that we often take advantage of in our current day and age. And why wouldn't I want to be the most well-equipped person I can be with the most knowledge I could be, or I could have? And what better way to do that than in today's modern society, where we have YouTube and other resources at our disposal? It'd be completely, honestly idiotic of me not to take advantage of this within my lifetime, and quite, disrespectful, or I don't even know if that's the correct word, for people in the past that didn't have these opportunities and resources. So I appreciate you guys joining me here. We are finishing up this lecture. We are on 2 hours so far. We have 2 hours and 5 minutes. We have a little over an hour left of this lecture. So we're going to finish this one up, and then we're going to maybe get some practice at the back end with starting maybe a small portfolio website, just to get some more practice with HTML and CSS just right off the bat, and apply some of these concepts directly right after this lecture. So let's go ahead and continue on here. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate you guys for being here. Let's get some shout outs to people in the chat right now. Wing Hong is here. He's late like usual. Wing Hong's been late a couple of days now. No worries, Wing Hong. Thanks so much for coming in. I appreciate you for jumping in and saying hello with me. Stuns GD, what's up, bro? Are you starting with HTML? Yeah, we just are getting into HTML and CSS here. I've taken about half of the Odin project online. I stopped about halfway through, as I kind of wanted to continue on with my Python and learning. I didn't feel like I was kind of ready to get into more other programming languages. I was still a novice, and still am, but still a more raw beginner in Python, and wanted to just get a more general knowledge of coding in general, rather than diving into more like stylistic things and of that nature. But so now we're recircling back to this and getting some more practice with it here today. Hey Tim, welcome back in. Armando, welcome back, dude. You're awesome. Thanks so much for coming in. It's awesome that you're here today. Yeah, we're in a good mood. How's it going, Not Neil? Welcome back in, and links will go in the header or nav. Oh, so the HTML link, or the CSS link doesn't go into the head. It goes into the header or the nav. Yeah, machine learning book next, Tim. David says, hi, Michael. I highly advise looking into AWS and the cloud. What do I hear about all the people? I hear a lot about people, getting their AWS and cloud certifications and stuff along those lines. What does it entail? Like, is it just, how to manage like more like network or security and stuff like that? Hey, Jacob Allen, what's going on? Just joined the stream. Sounds good, man. What's your background? Yeah, hopefully you just were here when I explained it. I have a degree in human bio and a minor in chemistry. I work as a formulation chemist and been teaching myself how to code, and we've been picking up quite quickly here over the past 6-7 months. It's been a whirlwind of fun and also struggles, but it's all part of the process here. I thought you would be making links in your head home about... Oh, no, I was referring to the link to the style sheet, right? I thought I was just anticipating his next move here. All right, let's continue on with the lecture here. Thanks so much for joining me here. Please leave a chat, if you're new here, introducing yourself or describing, what your passions are and reasons you're wanting to learn programming. I am very transparent with my reasons, and I want to create a connection with you guys. Also, I have a Discord linked below, which provides a complete roadmap of my learning so far from every book, resource, and note I have read or written. So please, join the Discord. It's completely free. You can also get access to announcements for when I go live, as well as, updates for projects and things like that, and other people can showcase their project. Jacob Allen, that segment, I've been working as a self-taught full-stack dev myself. I took CS50 years ago. Sweet, dude. You have any advice or experience you could share with us? I've been doing this for about 6-7 months, and I'm currently running into the point in time where I'm starting to kind of slow down in terms of the actual learning, just because the topics are coming less and less, you know, not, I don't know what the right word is, but before when I was first starting, it was just like everything was so new. It just felt like we were progressing so fast. But now that's starting to kind of level, in my opinion, because we're starting to, learn more in-depth topics in computer science and architecture. But I mean, we're learning basic HTML and CSS here, so it doesn't seem like it. But in our other learnings, like in our data structures and algorithms in here, it's just kind of slowing down because it's more, dense and in-depth. And but I want to let me know what you guys' experience are with that, and if you have any experience regarding self-taught software engineering. All right, let's continue on with the lecture here, guys. I appreciate it so much. Sorry, we got a lot of questions here. I don't know much about the AWS, but I think it's a pack of services Amazon offers for backend. Oh, okay, that'd be cool. I don't know much about it. Are you gonna learn Linux command line? I don't know. Eventually, like I said, I am pretty new here. I don't know really too much besides just what we've learned so far in terms of computers and things along those lines. So we're trying our best here to get as much information as we can. Did you enjoy the C the most, or the more the web dev start in week 8? Honestly, my favorite part of the course is Python. I've been teaching myself Python since the very beginning. I enjoy coding in Python a lot. It's very intuitive and self-explanatory, in my opinion. And I know people sometimes have their gripes with it, but I think it's really fun and easy, and just I can read it left to right pretty easily, and at least for my current level, and that's what we've been coding in all our projects in so far. But we're starting to expand further. I want to be able to create some user interactions here more easily, rather than using like Tkinter or these object-oriented programs within Python, having to learn all those. I would rather just learn maybe a more streamlined thing, like just basic front-end development, to be able to interact with Python on the back end to create these applications, and convert our small business manager that we've been working on into a more full stack, I guess, front end application, rather than just being a client project right now, or a command line interface project, right, as it is currently here. All right, let's go ahead and continue on with the lecture here, you guys. Sorry, we got to continue on. We're going to be here all night. Feel free to leave more questions in the chat. I will be typing away and replying to them as we watch. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm also streaming on Twitch. We have a multi-stream going on. Link in the description below, as well as the Discord down below. You're regarding tech, like compared to second, I'm getting more consistently finally after 1 year. Angela Wu 100-day course. Yeah, what projects have you made? Yeah, we've made an inventory tracker system, a task tracker application, and we're currently working on a small business manager application right now. They've all been 100% my own code and ideas. I didn't follow any tutorials for them, but they don't reinvent the wheel in any way, shape, or form. They're not like some sort of, I think that's what a lot of beginners' problems is. They think they need to come up with some grand idea, but essentially the whole point of that was just to gain experience and practice with some basic, ideas and understandings. Now, I wasn't reinventing the wheel with an inventory tracker system or a task manager or a small business manager, but they are unique completely to me and my own ideas, and or at least my own, I guess, copyright. I don't know. So through that alone has greatly improved our practice, just because I've had to come up with the ideas and then translate them into code from my own head. So it's been quite the practice, and we've been coding on that, off and on the stream for the past 2 or so months. So you guys are asking, guys, a lot of questions here. Everybody's so awesome. Thank you guys so much for jumping in here. Jay Allen, do you have any portfolio recent web projects? Richard, I also checked out your portfolio. So I haven't replied because I've been at work today, but I checked that out last night before I went to bed when you sent it to me. It looked really cool. I saw some of your stuff on there. I'll have to check it out a little bit more. You should post it in the Discord for everybody to see in one of the project showcase. I got in the industry in 2021 after I finished CS50. I went into web dev boot camp here in Canada called Lighthouse Labs. Got my first job in Canadian grocery chain. Sweet, dude. Nice. You got in kind of in that boot camp era in 2021. That's pretty nice. Oh, the Twitch link isn't in the description. My fault. My bad. I forgot to make it into the permanent description. I did it one time manually, and I forgot to set it again. So let me go ahead and go over to that. My name is just Michael Deming on the Twitch. It's nothing too crazy. Let me go ahead and throw that into the chat here. Sorry, guys. Give me one second. And we'll continue on with this lecture. We got to continue on or we'll be here all night. That's not a problem, though. I like hanging out with you guys. I'll be here all night with you. All right, let me edit the description here. All right. There you go. It should be saved now and should be the Twitch link is now in the description. Let's see here. Hey, I'm Jacob. Hey, Jacob, I'm Canadian too. Mature student, went back to college looking for a co-op right now. Any advice? I recommend learning how to use debuggers too and step through line by line and visually seeing the control flow of your variables changing, etc. It helps me when I'm starting out. Not too sure about co-op. I'll join the Discord now. Sweet, thanks, Jacob. I hope we all get somewhere with tech. Self-doubt is so real in this industry, and if you're not consistent, you're basically not competing. Thank you. When I complete this course, I will celebrate chat. Yeah, me too. We're going to celebrate together here. Are you doing CS50X too, David? Or are you doing the Angelo Wu 100 day? I just joined the Discord and commented in general if you guys want to ask me questions. I'm Comrade. Awesome, sweet. Thanks so much for coming in, Jacob, and participating. Let's continue on with the lecture here. Continue asking questions. I'll chat away in the chat here.
That said, this is sort of a swinging pendulum in industry. There are technologies that actually do combine CSS with HTML, the argument being that the closer they are, the easier it is to maintain the code and understand what is affecting what. So you'll find arguments in both directions when it comes to the separation of HTML and CSS. But let's take a step towards separating them, at least for our desktop and laptop-based purposes here. Let me do this. I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these style attributes, which is unfortunately going to ruin the aesthetics of the site and make it very generic as before. However, I'm going to reintroduce those properties in a different place. As I proposed earlier, we can make room in the head for not just the title, but a proper style tag. So not an attribute, but a tag. And inside of that style element, what I'm going to put is a few different properties. But the way I'm going to do this is by selecting parts of the web page that I want these properties to apply to. So when I said earlier there's these different selectors in the world of CSS, this is a fancy way of saying there's different syntax you can use to apply automatically certain properties to certain tags or certain types of tags. So let me go back to VS Code here. And what I'm going to do inside of my style element is this. I'm going to specify that any tag called body, which happens to be one and only one, should have all of its text align in the center, semicolon. Unfortunately, curly braces are back when using CSS in this way, not unlike C. But again, we're not programming. We're really just defining key value pairs. Any tag called header, I want to have some slightly different properties. Font, size, colon, large. Any tag that's called main, I want to have font, size, colon, medium. And then any tag that's called footer, I want to have font, size, colon, small. Now, even though this is taking up way more lines of code, it is a step toward keeping my styles separate from the content of the page. And eventually, if you are on the same page as me here, where this might be leading, we can probably copy and paste all of those styles into a separate file. Then two people can work on the same website at once. One person can do structure, one person can do style. We can do the whole light mode, dark mode thing by having different files for different times of day. Feels like a design opportunity. All we've done, though, is select tags by way of their names here in this particular case.
Hey,
if
Ryan.
I again go back to my other tab and reload the page, it's actually not going to look any different. But underneath the hood, it's indeed been structured and styled slightly differently. And here's where we have an opportunity to actually reintroduce those developer tools for yet another reason. Let me right-click or control-click on the page. Let me click Inspect. And as before, you can see all of your HTML at left under Elements. But notice at right, all this time, even though I didn't mention it before, you can also see styles for things as well. So for instance, if I click on the body, watch what happens at right. I will then see a summary from my browser of all of the CSS properties that are being applied to the body of the page. One of them is apparently text align center. And then there's two others, even though I didn't type these out, display colon block, margin colon 8 pixels. And that's the user agent style sheet. Long story short, there are certain default properties that browsers have, be it Chrome or Edge or Safari or Firefox or the like. And what I'm seeing in italics there for the body are some of the default stylizations. And this is why, therefore, some browsers will render the exact same HTML slightly differently unless you try to standardize it somehow with your own CSS. But what's nice about Chrome's developer tools and any of these browsers is here too. Instead of going back and forth between VS Code and my browser tab and reloading each time I want to see a change, I can change things in real time, not permanently, but in the browser's memory. So if I'm just curious and I want to see what this text would look like when aligned to the left, I can type in left, and notice it immediately jumps there. If I delete that altogether, notice that Chrome actually shows me a drop-down menu, a la autocomplete, of all of the possible valid values for the CSS property. So it's a great learning technique, too. I don't have to constantly look things up or watch a video online. I can let the browser tell me what are the possible values if I'm learning or I just forget what I can possibly type there. I can go ahead and undo that, go back to having things centered, but I can actually play around a bit further here. Suppose I want to change the font sizes. Well, let me go down to header here. And notice what we meant was font size large for header. Well, honestly, reasonable people are going to disagree what small, medium, and large mean, certainly across Google and Microsoft and Apple and other companies. So what does large actually mean? Well, I could be more specific. If I really want this to mean something, I can say something like 18 point. Which you might be familiar in the desktop publishing world. I can change this to maybe 24 point to make it even bigger. Or I can even deal in pixels. I can say something like 36px for pixels. And I can get really crazy, like 360. And you see that now it doesn't even fit on the screen. But look how nice it looks because it's being dynamically sized. So I can just kind of play around with these various styles in the inspector itself. So in short, within Google's developer tools, and again, almost every browser has this nowadays, the network tab shows us the underlying HTTP stuff. The elements tab shows us the underlying HTML. And now the styles tab shows us the underlying CSS. And there's so much more, but so wonderfully useful when trying to modify or learn this here stuff. Let me go back now to VS Code, and let me propose to introduce another way of selecting elements. Previously, I mentioned there was this whole list, and what we've just done is select things by way of their type. The type of the tag was body, or header, or main, or footer. But there's these things called classes in CSS2. It's not really the same thing as classes in Python or Java or other languages if you're familiar. But classes in CSS are our own keywords that we can invent and associate our own properties with those keywords. So for instance, if I wanted to reuse styles like text align center and font size large and font size medium and small, I don't have to associate them with specific tags. I can create my own nicknames for these, if you will. Let me say that anytime I want to center something, no matter what tag it is, I'm going to use a class called centered. Anytime I want to make something large, I'm going to use a class called large. Anytime medium, I'm going to make a class called medium. And anytime small, I'm going to make a class called small. Now, why the dots? The humans who invented CSS needed to come up with some way to distinguish the types of tags or the names of tags from classes. And so you simply use a dot to indicate, hey, browser, here comes a class whose name I'm making up on my own. So anything with a dot represents the start of a class name. How do I use these? Well, let me scroll down to the bottom of the page. And now there's no association yet with any of those class names with this HTML. But what I can introduce now is a class attribute where I can specify, OK, I want John Harvard to be large. And I want the main part of my page to be medium. And I want the footer of my page to be small. And by the way, I want all of this to be centered. So you can create these reusable words, and you can invent the words subject to a few constraints on what the characters you can use. But now you have a set of classes, so to speak, that you can use on these tags and maybe bunches of others. They're not that useful at the moment because this web page is so darn simplistic. But you could certainly imagine in Harvard's web page and Yale's web page and Google's web page, where they have so many darn tags, might be very useful to use these classes and reuse them so you don't have to copy and paste any of that text as we saw before. And in fact, let's take this one step further. It's a little silly that I keep scrolling up and down. Let's just move all of this CSS to its own file. So let me highlight that and cut it. Let me get rid of my style tags altogether. let me create from my terminal window a file called styles.css, though I could call it anything I want. Let me paste those lines in there. And VS Code nicely left aligned everything for me. That's it, out of sight, out of mind. Let me close that file. And then inside of the head of this page, instead of a style tag, let me do in link href equals styles.css. And the rel tag for the relationship here is that of style sheet. It's generally the only one you'll use. And this is the kind of thing you might have to look up or copy paste. But href refers to the file that you want to link in, essentially copy paste, but automatically, like an include in C or an import in Python. And the relationship of that file to this one is that of what's called a style sheet, a sheet or page of properties. So let's now perhaps use these techniques to make things that are a little prettier now and a little more visually interesting. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me close out this home page here. Let me go ahead and open up our old file called link.html, which previously looked like this when we left it at Yale. Let's actually undo that phishing attack and change it back to harvard.edu for consistency with before. And let's try to bring this link to life in a slightly different, more colorful way. If I open this page, recall, we did see the link. If I close my developer tools, go back to link.html, notice it was underlined by default, which was great because it made very visually clear that it is a link and not just text. And it was purple, which is the default color in most browsers to indicate, yes, it's a link, but it's one you've already visited. So purple means you've visited it before, and blue typically means it's a link, but you have not visited it before. So that's a default, but suppose I want to override that and make things more crimson or red in nature. Well, let me go back to VS Code here. And in VS Code, let me go ahead and, just for the sake of discussion, let me take one step backward just because it's easier and more efficient during class to reintroduce our style tag. But if you're convinced you could and probably should move this stuff to a separate file, that's indeed the best practice. But I'm going to keep it simple in the same file. Let's go ahead and start to stylize this anchor tag as follows. My anchor tag, abbreviated A, is going to have the following property associated with it. A color of, how about red, semicolon. And now let me go back to the tag here, reload the page, and indeed, it's now red and underlined here. If you want to get rid of the underlying, you can. I could additionally, inside of these curly braces, say text decoration, which is another property we haven't yet seen, whose value is now going to be none. If I go back to my browser tab, reload the page, it's still red, but not underlined. And that's fine, and that's pretty common nowadays. But here, too, for accessibility's sake, you should be mindful of the fact that depending on the quality of someone's vision, they might not be able to distinguish red from black or red from some other color. So in terms of accessibility, you should make sure that if you're removing telltale signs of links like underlines, make sure there's sufficient contrast between the colors that you're indeed using. So in fact, let me go ahead and leave that alone for now. But let me propose that I'd like to at least show when a user on a laptop or desktop hovers over the link, let me at least underline it then. This is less useful on mobile because on mobile you don't really hover as much as you do tap or not tap. But just so you've seen how in CSS this is done, I can do this too. I can have a selector that says a:hover, which is a special keyword that the browser knows about, which means when I'm hovering over with my cursor and anchor tag, change the text decoration temporarily to actually being underlined. And if I go back to my browser tab, reload, notice that I get now some interactive behavior. Anytime I hover, you can see the line appearing. For better or for worse, this is how you can implement a bit more dynamism then with your here content. And the fact that it's an anchor tag means that it's going to apply to any of the anchors, any of the links in this here page. If I don't want that to be the case, let me propose this. Let me propose that instead of doing this, I want to define some properties as follows. Let's go ahead and undo this. And in this page, let's suppose that we have a visit to Harvard or a visit to href equals https://www.yale.edu, close bracket, Yale. So the page is a little longer now, but the sentence now reads visit Harvard or Yale with two different links. How can I now stylize these a bit differently? Well, let me go ahead and do this. Inside of my style attribute, let me specify that I want the Harvard link to be red. How do I do that? I'm actually not sure I can just yet. But what if I do this? If I know I want to stylize this tag, let me actually give it a unique identifier. There's different ways to do this, but perhaps the most deliberate would be give this anchor tag a unique identifier called Harvard or whatever you might want to call it. And let's do the same over here. Let's add an ID to the second anchor tag that calls this tag Yale. And I'm using lowercase by convention. What this allows me to use is yet another type of CSS selector. Not type or name, not class, but ID. I can create a unique identifier that allows me to say, target the Harvard element.
So what's the difference between the ID selector as described, right? What's the difference between assigning an ID and assigning a class? So in register, no, not register, in home, we assign a class to the actual tags themselves. Okay, so classes are assigned to tags, whereas IDs can be assigned to specific What's the difference? Because actually the ID is within the anchor tag. Anyone know what do you guys think that what is the difference between and when to use, I guess, when to use the one or the other, a class or a ID selector? An ID is typically used to identify it for other things. Identify it for other things. A class is used for styling the HTML element. Okay, so like yesterday we talked about how elements are the total opening and closing of the tag. So whatever is embodied within the whole, tag opening and closing is the element. There is the head element that has a head opener and a head closing tag, right? So classes define these total elements of body or header or main, whereas IDs will attach to like a more singular scope of like a singular anchor element tag, like a single link. Assign an ID to this and manipulate it. But the class takes over the overarching HTML element. I think I get what you're saying, Jacob. Am I along the right lines here? That's rusty. No worries, man. I'll continue on here while you guys are typing away.
How do I express that? Well, instead of using a dot, I actually use a hash symbol here, and I say hash Harvard, and then inside of those curly braces, I can say color red. And I can do hash Yale, and then inside of those curly braces, I can say color blue. And actually, just to bring back memories, for better or for worse, of hexadecimal notation and Photoshop, as we discussed when we discussed multimedia and representation thereof, I can actually use hexadecimal codes. So instead of saying red or blue or any other color, I could say hash symbol here, unrelated to the hash symbol next to the class name. Now we are combining color codes with CSS. I can do this, FF0000, which is a lot of red, no green, no blue. Down here I can say hash symbol, no red, no green, lots of blue. And those represent essentially the same colors. Down here I still want to do I'm going to not bother actually with the text decoration anymore. Let me go back to my page here. Let me reload. And now now it's getting a little prettier, a red Harvard, a blue Yale, with those two links targeted specifically. Now there's yet other ways too. A third way would be to target a element based on the value or presence of one of its attributes, aka an attribute selector. But I'll wave my hand at that, since surely you'll see eventually in documentation elsewhere, if you go down this road with web design, how you might target those as well. But we don't have to do even these selectors. IDs are meant to be unique. So maybe it would be better to say anytime I have something related to Harvard, let's use a class called Harvard. Anytime I have something Yale related, let's use a class called Yale. So here then, instead of saying ID, I can say class equals Harvard and class equals Yale. And now, even though it's not relevant for this simple example, I can use that class on a different elements again and again. An ID is meant to be unique, and it is a mistake on your part or my part if you use it in multiple places.
Oh, okay. Here we go. He got to it here. Okay, so let's go ahead and jot that down. So a class, an overarching stylistic choice or style that is applied to many HTML elements to basically limit redundancy in code. How do you spell redundancy? Is that how you spell it? How do you spell redundancy? No. ANSI? ANSI. Dang it. In code. So ID selectors. So we need an example here for the class selectors. So example is going to be, what are we going to say here? Right, the class used the dot notation. So it was like dot body. No, like dot class, right? As a better example, opens up and it has font size 12 pixels, color red, right? Yada yada yada, and then that would close like so. So let's go back to week 8 notes. Let's make these quads. Is that how it goes? How do you do it so it would, yeah, like that. And then do you just remove this? Four, 3, 2. So 2, 3 is the limiting. Yeah, 3. Okay. So that's the example. Then we'll say wait, why is it doing that? So we'll say here we'll also say uses a period to label or define a class name. So like that. Okay, so that takes care of that. Uses a period to label or define a class name. And then the example like so. That looks really good. So then ID selectors, I think I spelled this wrong, overarching. No, I got it right, okay. So ID selector then is a unique one-off label to specify an individualistic style to either an element to an HTML element. Single HTML element, right? So then what is a type selector? So the type selector is a defining a style for a HTML element type as a whole. All type HTML elements of this type will have these effects, right? So then an example here would be just a header, right? Where a header would have color of blue, right? Individual, or like the body. We'll say body for more better example. And then class selector. And then attribute selector, we're going to get to that soon enough. ID. So ID, right? So this one's going to be, let's say here, ID selectors use the period, no, the hashtag. So use a hashtag to label or define a ID, right, like such. So then here we have example. It goes here, 1, 2, 3. This would be a hashtag. What is our example ID, right? And then color red, like so. Then I'll take this and just keep it consistent. Add another tag on here just to be safe, like that. Like that. Cool. You guys want access to these notes? You can get access to them in my GitHub link down below. These are just markdown, so you can access to a really nice, clean copy. I really tried to do my best to take detailed, beginner level breakdown notes of everything that David is saying, whether it be in the lecture or also in my readings. Right, I really try to break things down for you guys on a level that I understand and that hopefully you guys can understand as well. So really, utilize these notes if you can. They're really helpful. I try to keep them as accurate as I can regarding the material that we're learning here. Let's get caught up on a couple of chats here. Lots of chats. Thank you guys for joining me here. Sorry, let me get caught up here. An ID is a unique identifier for a single element, only used once per page. A class can be applied to multiple elements and is used for grouping them or for styling or scripting purposes. I use Tailwind, which plugs the CSS into the HTML tags. It avoids using class as IDs altogether. Oh, interesting. ID is a unique to a single element used to identify single elements for styling. Yep. Hey, Murky Fridge, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining me. Let me know more about yourself. A class not unique can be used multiple elements, used to style multiple elements at once. I'm presuming they mean, yeah. I only know Python, HTML, Java, JavaScript, CSS, and C++. Nice. Yeah, I agree. I've used it in a long time. I haven't thought about this in a while. I use Tailwind. Maybe against best practices, but I've always used classes instead of some IDs, some classes. Never ran into a problem from it either. Nice. You forgot how much of this stuff will take you for granted when you abstract it all the way by a framework. Same Jacob, Tailwind CS is a simpler way to use CSS. I don't remember all the particulars of pure CSS. Yeah, I've always used it if on elements like I had an array of things I'm iterating through and each element needs a unique ID or something. But I don't think much about IDs in terms of styling. For example, imagine the YouTube websites having multiple tags that aren't necessarily the same, but you need to look the same. They can assign the entire class title and stylize them by referencing it. Yeah. Good point. The only time I've used IDs is when using JS on a specific HTML element. I learned Python in 1 month. Nice. You can have a few buttons with the class button, but you can have a few buttons with the class button, but each one with a unique ID, so they receive the same styles but not the same functionality. You can have a few buttons with the class button, uh, each with a unique ID, so they receive the same styles but not the same functionality. Yeah, so if you want to have like a consistent overarching style across the entire page, you can apply the class to every button so it looks the same visually, but then you can apply a unique ID so that it can, have some sort of unique functionality potentially. Thank you so much for that, Stuns. You're great. And you too, Jacob and Zanab and Richard. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for helping out here. Functionality slash backend often requires the use of IDs. Yeah, okay. So the ID is how we can specify like that individual one-off thing, whereas the overarching styles of a page can be manipulated by classes. Jacob, well, we've been doing. Thanks so much, Jacob. You're so kind. Honestly, if you guys, uh, uh, if you guys are thinking like, or are a little bit, I've gotten some questions. How do I retain this information? And I've been doing this every day. I've been doing these study sessions 2 to 3 hours every single day for the past 3 months. So it does come at a cost of hard work and dedication to commitment and learning these things. And I've been doing this, learned for about 7 months pretty consistently now. And I also, another factor is I did complete half the Odin project course. So this isn't completely just raw, brand new. I did complete half the Odin project about 4 months ago. But a lot of it has faded, but it is still some of it there in terms of just the overarching, general purposes of HTML, CSS, and stuff like that. But thank you guys so much for the compliments. You guys are so kind. All right, let's continue on with the lecture here.
All right, so much like with HTML, which really only had tags and attributes as its basics, similarly is CSS relatively simple in design with just these properties. And it too has a much larger vocabulary of things and features that you can use throughout your web page, but we'll wave our hand at that so that you pick up that vocabulary over time via online references or the like. But for now, let's just focus on how you can really leverage CSS to take up a notch the aesthetics of your page and make things much prettier than I myself have been doing thus far. Let me go back to VS Code, and let me copy from the code I brought with me today a phone book example that gives us the simple form of a phone book with 3 people. Let me go ahead and open this file as it's already been made. And in this file here, after I close my terminal window, is this: a phone book that is apparently made up of an HTML table. Inside of that table is a couple new tags.
All right, I want to jot this down. I want to make sure we get all of the code for you guys in one place. We'll go HTML, lang equals quote English. Close that up. Open. Now we'll open a head. Right? We have a title of phone book. Right? We're going to have a body where inside the body we're going to have a table. We're going to have a table header with a table row inside and a table header of name and number. All right, that closes the table and the table head. We have a table body, which is we're gonna have another table row with some data inside for Yulia. We'll use a viewer here. We'll use Jacob Allen. We'll have table data. We'll just give him some default number. Right, and then we're going to copy these rows down for David and once more for another person. So we'll do, who wants to be in the next one? We'll do Richard. Nice. Richard's going to have a number. We'll make him 8. And then we'll do Stuns here. My boy Stuns. And we'll make him 7s. Lucky 7s for stuns. Okay. And let's keep going.
That I'm introducing for formality's sake here. One is called T-head for table head, inside of which is the heading of the table with a table row, TR, with 2 TH tags, table heading for short. Long story short, even though the table I made earlier to mock up the visual of a phone keypad is perfectly correct structurally, it turns out if you want to distinguish the header of your HTML table from the rest of your HTML table, you can do so by introducing T-head up here and T-body down here. So implicitly, what I was doing earlier was treating everything as the table body with no fancy header up top. But what is different here is that by using TH for the table heading here instead of TD, it's a clue to the browser that this actually has some semantic meaning. This is the heading of the table, and maybe it, for instance, should be bold-faced by default. But we've seen already we can start to override that. As for the body of this table, it seems like it's a phone book with 3 people, Yulia, David, and John, with our now familiar numbers, each implemented in a table row. If I go back over to my directory index and reload, I'll now see phonebook.html. And even though the data's there, honestly, it's not particularly pretty, if you will. In other words, within this file here, I've got all of the data I care about, but certainly no CSS. And while I could go in and start using some selectors and adding some CSS, some key value pairs for properties to make this prettier, maybe with some borders and the like, I bet I can do better by standing on the shoulders of someone else who's made a third-party library, who's thought about what would be the prettiest way to display an HTML table. And this gives us an opportunity to discuss what are called frameworks in the world of web development in particular. A framework is really a library written by some third party that just makes it easier to frame your own project, to sort of structure your own project so that you don't have to implement a lot of basics, particularly aesthetic, that so many other people have had to deal with as well. Better to focus on the problem you actually care about, the business you're building, the product you're creating, rather than worry too much about the aesthetics thereof. And among the more popular frameworks in the world of HTML and CSS is something called Bootstrap, which is a library that anyone can use and incorporate into their websites, really by just including 1 or more HTML tags, and suddenly everything would seem to look prettier. And in fact, let me go ahead and do this. Let me copy an example I brought with me as well. This one, a second phone book example. If we open this new and improved version of phonebook.html, notice a few things. In the head of my page, I've included a link tag this time, but it's not referring to a file of my own, like styles.css from before, but rather it's referring to an absolute URL that ultimately, per the end of this URL, points to a file somewhere in the cloud called bootstrap.min.css, where min is just saying that this is a minified file, which means a lot of the white space has been deleted from it just to shrink the file's ultimate size, but it is in fact a CSS file. Meanwhile, lower down in this file, if I close my terminal window here, we'll see in the table tag that I've used a class attribute, the value of which is table. Why is this? Well, according to Bootstrap's own documentation, they just told me if I want to use their stylization, their style sheet, be sure to add a class of table to your own HTML table so that they don't presume to change the aesthetics of all of your tables, just the one to which you've added this class. Meanwhile, the documentation also advised me to add scope equals column and scope equals column to 2 of these table headings up here. But otherwise, the data itself is exactly the same. So let me go back to my browser tab here, which previously looked like this with no CSS whatsoever. And honestly, even if I'd added my own CSS, you'd probably been underwhelmed as to how pretty my own pages look. Probably would not have looked much better. But simply by including Bootstrap CSS file and adding those attributes that I pointed out, notice what happens when I now click reload on this newly stylized phone book. Suddenly, it looks much better. Still black and white, so if you were expecting even fancier, you're not going to get it. But it's still black and white. But notice the font is no longer the default. It's no longer some serif font, but it's some sans serif font with less decoration. Notice that name and number have been automatically bold-faced. Notice that clearly there's more padding or spacing among all of these values, so arguably it's easier to read. Notice that there's the gray line separating each of the rows from each other. And long story short, it's just prettier. It's nicer to look at, but you and I don't have to figure out how to adjust the white space, how to adjust the bold facing, how to adjust the font size, and all of that. The library takes care of that for you. Moreover, there's other features you can include here. If I read the documentation, it turns out that I can also add table-striped to the class attribute. So we haven't seen this yet, but it turns out that the class attribute's value can be 1 word or 2 or 3, so long as they're separated by spaces. So if I read the documentation, turns out I can apply 2 classes to this table, the second one now being table striped, and watch what happens when I now reload the page. I now see that every other row is very beautifully striped. Slightly more usable, slightly prettier to look at, and maybe more helpful then to discern what data is on what row. And let me wave my hands at the rest of this, but suffice it to say that by way of frameworks like Bootstrap, you can actually make your website faster and better and prettier without having to reinvent lots of wheels yourself. That said, if you're particularly artistically inclined and want to fine-tune things, you can create some or even all of the CSS that you're using. But for more on Bootstrap, all of its documentation is at this URL here. And in fact, in many of CS50's own projects, do we ourselves use Bootstrap and its classes so we don't have to figure out all of the aesthetics thereof. Now, with all that said, just one language remains. This one, a proper programming language that, for better or for worse, is going to bring back functions and arguments and loops and conditionals. But before we get there, let's take a 5-minute break. And when we return for the final time, we'll dive into JavaScript. All right, we are back. And we now take a look at the third.
All right, let's take a little bit, let's take a 5-minute break right here. So go to the bathroom, grab a snack, you guys, before we jump into the final third language of this lecture. It's a very dense lecture, HTML, CSS, and now finally JavaScript. So we're going to get into that. Does anybody have like a good definition of framework like they can provide that I'll just paste in here? I don't feel a library that structures your program into an easier, more fluid environment is what I came up with. But what do you guys have a more general definition here? I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. I'm gonna and then grab a snack, and we'll finish up the last 45 minutes, half hour, 45 minutes, yeah, so of this lecture in about 5 minutes. So give me 5 minutes here, you guys. I'll be right back. Thank you guys so much. All right, we are back. Thanks so much for joining me here. Sorry, I just want to take a quick break in between this next section of the lecture, where we're going to dive into JavaScript. Thanks so much for joining me, you guys. For those that are new, my name is Michael. I am 26 years old. I graduated from college back in 2021. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, where I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company. I've been doing that ever since I graduated college. I got a job right out of school, and I make biological controls for patients and in vitro diagnostics and clinical studies and research. I've been teaching myself to code for about 6-7 months now. It's been a lot of fun. We currently have about an intermediate level understanding of Python and being a kind of a intermediate fluency in Python, as that was the first language and primary language that we've been studying over the course of the past 6 months. But now we're starting to expand our knowledge into more deeper level understandings of computer science, architecture, and hardware, as well as other languages and avenues of computer science in general. So we are watching the Harvard CS50X Week 8 lecture on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We are at 2 hours and 28 minutes, and we have about 45 minutes left to go. All right. Thanks so much for joining me here, everybody. I spent a lot of time trying to learn to do it all myself. Anyone got a snack for your boy? What snacks we eating on tonight? Well, you guys are the snacks, but what do you guys, what snacks we chewing on? A lot of info to digest. A framework is a collection of pre-written code and tools that provides a structured foundation for developers to build applications, eliminating the need to create basic functionality from scratch. I love that. That's a great way to put it. Thank you so much, Jacob. That goes right in. We will quote Jacob Allen on that. We'll quote Mr. Allen. All right. So then what is Bootstrap essentially? Can you give me a def of Bootstrap framework? Bootstrap is a popular open source front-end framework for developing responsive and mobile-first websites. It provides a collection of pre-designed HTML, CSS, and JavaScript components such as grids, buttons, forms, and navigation bars to streamline web development. Bootstrap ensures consistency across different screen sizes and devices using a flexible and grid system to built-in responsiveness. So it kind of handles that conversion between okay, and then I'll just delete this underneath that. Some water here. Talking a lot. Right. React date picker. Bro made a Tinder bot. Michael, stop running. I'm running from it, my friend. We haven't done elite code in a while. Sounds like you might be able to do some programming in your job. Hey, I think it's a good skill for everyone to learn if they want to be a dev. Yeah. Teaches you how to think too. Ketchup chips. Nice. Sour cream and onion chips. Sweet. I got myself a couple cutie oranges here, or tangerines, and a banana. We're on a budget here. I'm from Australia, but I've been living in Canada for 8 years now. Sweet. Yeah, ChatGPT is the new Googling, pretty much. Yeah, Lego bricks. Like Lego bricks. Bootstrap is basically a framework focused on styles of websites. Hey, Nandy, how's it going? All right, let's continue on here, you guys. All right.
Get there, let's take a 5-minute break, and when we return for the final time, we'll dive into JavaScript. All right, we are back, and we now take a look at the third of our 3 languages today, that of JavaScript, but specifically one that's a programming language. And by programming language, I indeed mean that we'll get functions and arguments and loops and conditionals and more back. But let's take a quick tour through JavaScript, just as we did Python. much more quickly, because what's ultimately important to us today is that you have a sense of what JavaScript can do, but we will really only scratch the surface of this here language. Not only can JavaScript be used in some of the ways we'll see today, but it's also increasingly being used on the server as well to generate entire websites and applications and more. So we'll give you a sense really of some of the basic syntax and basic capabilities, but ultimately defer to your future endeavors, your own final project perhaps, to apply JavaScript and explore it all the more. So just as we did earlier, let's consider the simplest of web pages here in HTML alongside its own DOM, or document object model, which represents, again, how that HTML might be structured in the computer's memory once the page has been downloaded and loaded by the browser. Unfortunately, what you're looking at here is a very static web page, one that simply says hello title and hello body. But wouldn't it be nice if that DOM could evolve over time? After all, in C and then in Python, we experimented with data structures via which we can add and remove data dynamically based on user input and more. In fact, almost any web page you've used nowadays has some form of dynamism involved, such that it's rare for it to be a static website. Odds are something is changing. Case in point, if you open up your Gmail inbox or Outlook inbox and just sit there staring at it, odds are, for better or for worse, more email will appear. More email will appear. And previously, we described those kinds of inboxes as stacks, which they rather are underneath the hood. But visually, how are those stacks of emails being implemented in HTML? Well, we've seen already that it's probably some form of tabular data, a bunch of TRs, 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 one for each email that you might receive. But if it's coming from the server once, how can you possibly get more emails? So long story short, thanks to server-side technologies, Python among them, and client-side languages like JavaScript among them, can you actually, behind the scenes, get more and more data from the server in order to update the web page and in turn the underlying DOM. So how can we go about doing this? Well, let's see what some of the things are that JavaScript can do. We have conditionals in JavaScript, whereby, such as in Scratch, when we had x less than y as a Boolean expression, in JavaScript here at right, that kind of code is now going to look like this. Unfortunately, the parentheses are back, the curly braces are sometimes back, but to look than y. We have conditionals in JavaScript, whereby, such as in Scratch, when we had x less than y as a Boolean expression, in JavaScript here at right, that kind of code is now going to look like this. Unfortunately, the parentheses are back, the curly braces are sometimes back, but this is perhaps the simplest way to think about the structure of a JavaScript version of a conditional. It actually looks, at a glance, exactly like C. If we consider an if-else in Scratch here, at right now in JavaScript would be exactly the same, just as we saw, in fact, in C. And similarly, if we have an if-else if-else if, that too might look exactly like this. But unlike Python, which rather abbreviated else if, in JavaScript and in C, it is else if with a space in between. All right, what about variables in JavaScript if you actually want to be able to store something in your own variables? Well, in Scratch, recall that we might have set a counter equal to an initial value of 0 like this. In JavaScript, there's a few ways to do it, but the simplest way to describe this is by using a new keyword, let, which is like a very polite way of asking the browser to give you a variable. Let me have a variable called
Let
counter,
me have
and
counter,
initialize
please.
it to a
Let me
value
have
of
it.
0. Semicolons, though, are now back.
I want it
Now,
now,
that's a bit of an
Daddy.
overstatement because JavaScript can actually tolerate the absence of semicolons, at least in many cases. However, for consistency, we and I will continue to use them here. How about if you want to increment that counter by a value of 1? Well, in JavaScript, you can do this by setting counter equals to counter plus 1, the equal sign being, of course, our assignment operator from right to left. You could also do counter plus equals 1, just as in C and in Python. And if you like this in C, plus plus and minus minus are now back. So in JavaScript, you can do that to increment or decrement a variable respectively. What about loops? Well, in Scratch, we might have had something like this to repeat 3 times. In JavaScript, it similarly is going to be very similar to C. But instead of saying something like int for integer in C, we indeed say let in JavaScript to create a variable like I. Do this, say, 3 times while incrementing with plus plus I along the way. What else might we now do? Well, we might have a forever block here in Scratch that does something, of course, forever. In JavaScript, you can also say while true, where true is back to being lowercase here, and that will ensure that whatever's between those curly braces will happen again and again. Meanwhile, if we revisit the canonical form of this HTML, Where can we actually put JavaScript code? Turns out there's a few different places, and there's a few different reasons to use one place or another. But just so that you see in the range of possibilities, especially when you then see suggestions in online documentation for JavaScript libraries, you can put a script tag in the head of your page, just like we put a style tag or a link tag up there as well as the title. And inside of that can go some raw JavaScript code typed out by you. Of course, I've proposed that it tends not to be ideal to commingle one language with another, and so there's other ways to do this too. You can actually have a script tag, this one with a source element that will allow you to specify another file name or even another URL from which you want the JavaScript itself to come. What's a little weird, though, about the script tag here, even when used with a source attribute, is that you'll see that I've closed the tag nonetheless with an open bracket / script close bracket tag at the end of this line to make clear that there's no JavaScript inside of this element. Indeed, it's only coming from that same source. As an aside, you will also see, and there are also reasons to, sometimes put a script tag in the body of the page that is below most everything else in the page, or a script tag with a file reference therein even at the bottom of the page, just because order of operations can indeed matter. But these are sort of subtleties that we'll try to avoid for now, simply focusing on really what JavaScript itself can do. And in fact, what's perhaps most powerful about JavaScript, and what nicely brings us rather full circle back to where we started the class in Scratch, JavaScript, in the context of browsers, can be very much event-driven. So just like in Scratch, when we actually had actual events, and even a block, if you discovered it, called broadcast, where you could have one sprite somehow signal to another, on really what JavaScript itself can do. And in fact, what's perhaps most powerful about JavaScript, and what nicely brings us rather full circle back to where we started the class in Scratch, JavaScript, in the context of browsers, can be very much event-driven. So just like in Scratch, when we actually had actual events, and even a block, if you discovered it, called broadcast, where you could have one sprite somehow signal to another, in JavaScript, and specifically in the context of browsers, there's just so many events or things that can happen. For instance, you might change the value of a field in a form. You might give something focus by clicking on a text box. You might drag something from one place to another. You might put your mouse down or mouse over something. On a mobile device, you might put a finger down, thereby touching down on the device. So long story short, all of these keywords that you see here represent events that happen inside of a browser that JavaScript as a language can be used to listen for and respond to. And as such, you can use JavaScript to make very interactive.
Don't do it, David. Don't go next. I'm not ready. He's flying through this stuff. Key up. Load. Mouse over. Or mouse down. Mouse over. 10, submit, 11, touch, move, 12, unload. Okay.
You see here represent events that happen inside of a browser that JavaScript as a language can be used to listen for and respond to. And as such, you can use JavaScript to make very interactive and responsive web pages, whether that's to go get more emails from the server or to grab more of a map if you're clicking and dragging while using Google Maps or the like. So let's begin to scratch the surface today only of what JavaScript can do. Let me go back to VS Code here, and let me create a new file here called hello.html. And in that file, I'm going to go ahead and save a few steps by first copying as a starting point some of my earlier code. Let me close my terminal window, change my title as always to just hello, and get rid of now that default body. And let's go ahead and whip up a very simple interactive page that just says hello to someone more interactively, ideally letting them type in their own name, just as we've done in so many languages prior. Let me go ahead and create a form tag in here. And inside of that form, let's give myself an input. And just to practice what I've been preaching, let's turn autocomplete off as before. Let's turn on autofocus so I don't have to click in it manually. Let's give this input a unique identifier for reasons that we'll soon see, like name, although I could call this thing anything I want, but I do want the person's name. Let me use the placeholder text of name so it's clear to the user what I'm prompting them for. And the type of this text box, even though this is the default, shall indeed be text. What else do I want to do? Well, let's keep it simple and just have an input type equals submit so that I get a button, which you've seen in a couple of different ways. Let me go back to my other tab, reload the page, and I'll see now hello.html. Inside of this file, I see a very simple form. If I type in my name, though, and click submit, notice that my URL has changed. If I zoom in up here, and there's indeed a question mark, which suggests that something was submitted from the browser to the server, but there's nothing after that. There's no something equals something. And why is that? Well, even though I gave the text box an ID of name, I didn't give the text field a name itself. In other words, I did not say, if confusingly, name equals quote unquote name, just as I did name equals quote unquote Q or name equals quote unquote email. And that's fine, because we've certainly seen inputs before that don't actually send anything to the server. They just result, for instance, in the case of a button, in the form itself being submitted. So this is to say that if an input in a form does not have a name, it's simply not going to be submitted to the server. But that's OK, because my goal at hand today, at least for this example, is to say hello to the user, but not server side. We don't yet have the means yet, until we reintroduce some Python to generate content server side. I want to do everything client side. And so just to be clear, just as HTML is downloaded from the server to the browser, CSS is downloaded from the server to the browser, JavaScript, as we are currently using it, will also be downloaded from the server to the browser and executed client side in your own Mac, your PC, or your phone. Which is to say that any of the data we get from the server has to come all at the get-go. Until then, it gets executed client side. So if I want to greet the user based on what they type in their name as, I need my client-side JavaScript code to go grab that name from the form and display it on the screen for me. So how can I do this? Well, it turns out that the form element can take another attribute that we've not yet used that's actually reminiscent of those keywords on this list here. Indeed, notice on this list is a submit event. And indeed, in HTML, I can use an onSubmit attribute in my code to do most anything I want. For instance, suppose I want to call a function. I'm going to call a function called greet. However, I don't want this actual form to be submitted. I actually want to return false here as well after a semicolon, just to make clear that what I want this form to do is no longer to submit to the server, but rather greet the user by calling some function called greet, and then return false. And return false, per the documentation for how browsers and JavaScript works, just means that the form never goes to the server. So how can I go about using this here code? Now, this greet function doesn't actually come with JavaScript, but I can create it myself, just as I could create functions in Scratch, in C, and in Python. In fact, let me go up to the head of the page and keep things simple, create a script tag in there above my title, and then inside of that script tag, let's go about defining a function in JavaScript. It's a little different from C, it's a little different from Python, but the end result is really the same. In JavaScript, you literally write the keyword function, which means, hey, browser, here comes a new function. You then give that function a name. I'll call it greet. You then specify in parentheses whether or not that function takes any arguments. And for now, I'm going to say no, none. And then inside of curly braces, I can implement the actual function. Well, what do I want to actually greet the user with? Anything for now. Let's keep it simple. Let's actually use JavaScript's built-in function called alert and just say something like, how about hello, comma, world, close quote, semicolon. So the alert function, unlike greet, does come with the language. Here, I'm going to go back to my browser, reload the page, type in DAVID, and now I'm going to click submit. And notice what happens. I now get a fairly ugly pop-up, which is built into the browser itself, but toward the middle of it, it indeed says hello, comma, world. Now, that has nothing to do with the name I typed in, but we can fix that. Let me click OK. Go back to VS Code. And before I say hello world, let's do this. Let's create a variable called name and set it equal to the following function, though it's admittedly a mouthful. Document dot query selector quote unquote hash name dot value semicolon. There's a lot to unpack here. So what's going on? Well, recall that from Python, you can chain certain things together. And recall from C and Python, you can use the dot operator to go inside of structures or objects. So that's a lot of what's going on here. So it turns out there's a special global variable when using JavaScript in a browser called document, which refers to the document itself, the DOM, if you will. And if you go inside of the document, it comes with a method, aka function, called query selector, capital S, lowercase q. And what query selector lets you use, funny enough, is the exact same syntax that CSS uses to select elements. So you can select elements in the page by way of their name or type, like body or header or main or footer. You can select elements by way of classes or by way of their IDs or other techniques as well. Now recall earlier that I did give this HTML input an ID of quote unquote name. And so if I want to refer to that ID, recall from CSS that the symbol is the hash symbol and then the name of that identifier. So what's happening here is I'm saying go into the document, use the query selector method, look for the element whose unique ID is name, and please grab its value. That is whatever the human typed into that input, and store it from right to left in a variable called name. Now all I have to do is include it in my alert to the user. And just as in Python, there's different ways to do this. What I'm going to go ahead and do first is our old friend, the plus operator, after a space inside quotes, and append to, or concatenate to, hello, comma, space, that person's name. Now notice too, what I've deliberately done here is the following. In the world of C, double quotes are what you use for strings and single quotes are what you use for characters. In the world of Python, double quotes or single quotes can be used for strings, otherwise known as strs. In JavaScript, same thing is true. Double quotes or single quotes. I will say conventionally, probably most JavaScript programmers use single quotes, for better or for worse, for strings. So that's the habit I'm going to adopt here, if only to be consistent with that. Let me now go back to my other browser page, reload.
I use double quotes.
Type in again my name, David, and notice now when I click submit, now I get, if I zoom in,
whose name should we
hello,
use?
comma, David. So
Ryan, you're up.
created a string there dynamically. Notice too, once I dismiss this by clicking OK, if I go back up to the URL bar, notice that I have not actually submitted the form. No question mark, no key value pairs have appeared in the URL. All of this is indeed happening client side. Now, what more can I now do with this? Well, this arguably is not the best design because, as before with CSS, I'm kind of commingling one language with another. And I've kind of baked into my HTML some very explicit JavaScript code. Can I get rid of this? Well, I can, in fact, do that in a couple of different ways. Let's go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and get rid of the onSubmit stuff, leaving, therefore, just the form and the two inputs inside of it that I had previously. Just to avoid a problem, let me go below this now and add a script tag after getting rid of this one up here. So I'm going to deliberately move everything to the bottom of the page for now, just so that this works without creating a problem. And what am I now going to do? Well, it turns out in JavaScript, you can actually use JavaScript to query the DOM for specific elements and then listen to events that might happen with those elements. You don't need an onSubmit attribute. You can do all of this in code. So how might I do this? Well, let me do this. Let me create a JavaScript variable called form, set it equal to document.querySelector, and then let me go ahead and select the one and only form in my page with quote unquote form. I don't need a hash symbol. I don't need a dot because I'm selecting that element by its type.
By type.
Or its name, which in this case is form. All right, what can I now do with this variable? I can now use form dot and a new method that we haven't yet seen. It turns out in a web page, once you have a variable or some other value that represents an element on the page, you can call a method called addEventListener. And as the name implies, that allows you, after the page has been created, to start listening for some special event on that element. That event being drawn from a list like this one here, including the submit event. So how can I do this? Well, this function takes one argument, which is quote unquote the type of event that you want to listen for. And I could listen for any number of things, but the one that's relevant for a text box in this case, or one that's relevant for a form with this text box, is going to be quote unquote submit. And then I can call a function that actually gets called whenever that form is submitted. Now, greet, again, does not yet exist because I deleted it earlier. But notice what's happening here, which is not something we've done much before, except a little bit in Python. I am calling the form variables add event listener function, aka method. I'm telling it to please add an event listener on the submit event. And whenever that event is fired or triggered, please call this function greet. So I'm passing in the name of the function. I am not using parentheses after the name of this function because I don't want to call greet now. I want to register greet as an event listener, so to speak, so it's called later by its name by the browser for me. Now, how can I go about implementing greet? I can do something as before. So above this code, so before I use it, let's say function greet, open paren, close paren. Then inside of this function, let's do something similar to before. Let name equals document.query selector, quote unquote, hash name to get at the element with that unique name, with that unique ID, dot value. And below that, let's go ahead and use our alert function saying again, hello, comma, space, plus, to use the concatenation operator, that particular name. Now, there's one other thing I do want to do here, because by default, when forms are submitted, they indeed get submitted to the server. But that's behavior that we wanted to preempt. The way we prevented that last time was by adding return false inside of the event handler. But there's actually a better way to do that. It turns out that when adding an event listener using a function called greet, you're actually going to be passed in an argument, whether you want it or not, that I can refer to as event, or E for short, but I'll be more explicit with event. And it turns out that that argument that gets automatically passed in for you whenever that event is triggered allows you to call event.preventDefault, which is a more programmatic, less hackish way than previously, whereby I just returned false. This is literally telling the browser, when you get this event, let me do my own thing by alerting the user, hello so-and-so, but prevent the default behavior, which we know now to be submitting the form itself. So if I haven't made any mistakes here, and I go back to my browser, reload this page, type in DAVID again, and click submit, there we have it again. The browser has shown me hello, comma, David. But this is getting a little verbose, honestly. And in fact, there's more JavaScript-like ways to do things like this. And let me propose to do this. Notice that I am, one, using a variable called name here, and then only using it in one place. That's totally fine and very reasonable, but we know from C and Python that's not strictly necessary. So if you're more comfortable, you can get rid of that whole variable, like such, and then just concatenate to hello, comma, space, the return value of that same function. Now, this fits on the screen nicely. It's still pretty readable. I would wager that this is reasonably well designed, but if this line of code got much longer, we probably do want to go back to the version with an actual variable. But we still want to prevent the default. But what about this line here? Notice that I'm calling a function called greet, even though I'm only doing that once. So we can actually do something in JavaScript that's kind of neat that we can't quite do in the same way in C or in Python, at least not nearly as elegantly. It turns out that if I'm only using the function greet once, I don't really need to give this function a name. In fact, let me just kind of get rid of that there and get rid of this here. And let me propose this. This will look ugly at first, but I'm going to grab this whole function and I'm going to literally copy and paste it as the second argument to add event listener. I'm going to go ahead and clean it up a little bit to be a little conventional here. I'm going to move my curly brace to this line. I'm going to get rid of this space. But now, this is actually pretty compact. Let me get rid of some of the blank lines. And notice what I'm now doing. I'm still using a variable called form to get the one form in the page. I'm then telling that form to add an event listener for the submit event.
Wait,
but
whoa, what happened? I don't know what happened.
This will at least not nearly as elegantly. It turns out that if I'm only using the function greet once, I don't really need to give this function a name. In fact, let me just kind of get rid of that there and get rid of this here. And let me propose this. This will look ugly at first, but I'm going to grab this whole function and I'm going to literally copy and paste it as the second argument to add event listener. I'm going to go ahead and clean it up a little bit to be a little conventional here. I'm going to move my curly brace to this line. I'm going to get rid of this space. But now, this is actually pretty compact. Let me get rid of some of the blank lines. And notice what I'm now doing. I'm still using a variable called form to get the one form in the page. I'm then telling that form to add an event listener for the submit event. But because I want to tell it what function to call, what you can do in JavaScript, which you can actually do in Python too, is you can pass in an anonymous function, otherwise known as a lambda function, that still might take an argument, but does not need a name. Why? Because if you're using it only one place, Why bother even giving it a name? So the only thing I've done is I've deleted the name greet and simply calling it function and then passing in specifying the argument it should take. But the next two lines are exactly the same. And the only thing you have to be careful about is, notice I've got the close curly brace here, and then the close parenthesis, the first of which closes this curly brace, the second of which closes this first parenthesis. And if you really want to tighten things up, we don't really need the form variable. Let me get rid of that line of code and change that variable to be this one-liner. And so even though this is getting a little complicated visually for those unfamiliar with JavaScript, this is fairly conventional syntax for doing a whole lot of things at once in this particular language without unnecessarily using variables and the like. Now, let me demonstrate that still this here works. If I reload the page and type in my name, David, and submit, we do get that pop-up. But let me do what I did previously, which was to put this whole script tag inside of my head tag at the top of the page. So I'll make room for it up there. Same exact code, but now the script tag is above the form tag. Let me go back to my browser here, click reload, type in DAVID, and click submit. And dang it, we're somehow back to the broken version, where still my name, because I added that name attribute earlier, is getting submitted to the server, but I don't want this getting submitted to the server. What is now going wrong? Well, let's see if we can't diagnose this. Let me go back. Let me right-click or control-click and inspect and show you one final tab today, which is that of the JavaScript console. It turns out that in the console tab of your developer tools, you can see error messages from languages like JavaScript. And if you see anything red like this, odds are, I'm afraid, you messed up. Or in this case, I messed up. And let's see if we can infer what's wrong. Cannot read properties of null reading add event listener. Unfortunately, just like Clang, just like Python, the error messages in the computer world are not always that clear, especially for first-time programmers. But it at least seems to relate to line 7, character 43 of hello.html. So let's go back to this line here. Line 7 here is in place. Why might the form be null? Well, notice that this global variable here is referring to the whole document. Query selector is selecting some element from that document. But if that element doesn't yet exist, this function call here, which I've highlighted, will return null. So this is kind of like saying null.eventListener, which just like our time from C, kind of makes no sense. You can't dereference null. You can't do anything with null. So something has gone wrong. Now, why is that? Well, much like Python, much like C, these languages are typically read top to bottom, left to right. And unfortunately, if you define the form on line 16, but you try to access the form on line 7, it's just not going to work. And so what you're seeing in JavaScript's console here is that it's null because it hasn't yet been read. Now, previously, I avoided that problem by moving the whole script tag to the bottom of the page, just sort of avoiding the problem. But there is another way to do it. And you'll see in lots of libraries, even though it's a bit of a mouthful. Let me go into hello.html here and add one more event listener, which I'll type out myself. Document.add event listener. And I'm going to listen for a very special event that you have to capitalize just right. DOM content loaded, quote unquote.
Wait, what is going on here? I'm like so far behind. He's like getting like, he's like going off right now. Like he just did so much like within like 2 minutes. What the heck is going on? Anybody know what's going on? What's going on? I get that he's chaining functions together, but he just did it like in the snap of a finger. Let me go back. I got a lot of chats here I got to catch up on. Woogie the Bear, Brawl Stars. Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome in. Appreciate you for coming in and leaving a chat if you're still here. Thanks for joining me. Got lots of chats here. Let me go back up here. Here we go. Here we go. Here comes get by element ID. Let's try to make your own. It doesn't have to be very component. But a couple. That data structure. If some condition is met, display this. Otherwise, that. Show this. Yeah. Like just like conditional header that only appears when scrolling, for example. Oh, okay. So that's how you implement a conditional header using JavaScript. You would say like, if scrolling, show whatever. Yeah, or if you have some sort of piece of data stored in a variable that you got from some data source, if the variable exists, is truthfully you display it in an element on the page. The source doesn't go there. Now it's good. I've been a React dev for so long, I forgot all of this. React kind of allows you to mix the JavaScript with the HTML while still being organized. Yeah, you can think of it like an event as using clicker as a buttons or something. Yeah, with JSX, you're not writing HTML directly. React transforms the syntax into elements, builds components, and uses diffing algorithm to efficiently update only what changes the actual DOM. Week 8, yeah. Hey, Carl Gomez, how's it going? Or is it Goms? Let me know. I will try to learn HTML again. I got sucked into Flexbox and Grid. HTML isn't bad. CSS can be finicky, but when you get the hang of it with practice, try a resource like Flexbox, Froggy, and practice Flexbox. Hey, Outlaw Delta, how's it going? Welcome in, man. How's it going? Thanks so much for coming in, you guys. If you guys are here and enjoying the stream, could you please throw a thumbs up or maybe consider following along? I love interacting with you guys every single day. I stream and learn programming as I'm teaching myself every single day around 7 p.m. PST after my 9-to-5 job as a formulation chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, and I work as a chemist for a biotech company since I graduated college. So thanks so much for joining me here. Hey, Tenacity, welcome. Use double quotes if you're feeling zesty. Asteroid Blues, welcome in. How's it going? Thanks so much for coming in. See you, Ryan. Thanks so much for stopping by, dude. Have good luck on CS50P. Yeah, this is getting pretty full on for an intro. He's playing code golf here a bit. Next thing you know, he's going to have them doing AJAX requests and chaining promises. Did he already talk about functions? That's method chaining. In Python, yeah. So he's kind of just referencing to Python, but he's not really going into depth about what these methods are actually doing under the hood, which I think would be useful for understanding, what's actually going on here. I'm kind of lost in terms of what's going on because he's just kind of event listener, query selector, get element, prevent default, most commonly used basic JavaScript. Okay. Good thing I got you guys here. Didn't really explain it. Just said you can put this here. Yeah. I think because he references back in Python about the methods. We had that whole lesson on week 7 or 6 on Python. 7 was SQL. Just stick with the variable declaration for now. Keep it simple. Exactly. It's generally more readable anyways. Yeah, I hate when people play code golf and try to be clever with stuff like this. Just declare things into readable variables. I don't care what it takes up 2 more lines. You're right. Looks like a JavaScript STU like this rather than orderly separate blocks of code. It needs to be read by other humans easily and at the first glance. I'm writing JavaScript. I'm obviously not chasing performance. Professor's in his bag. Yeah, don't worry about it. He's throwing a lot at you. See you later, Zanab. Yeah, exactly. Doing good. Now this is the stuff I know. Hey, Bristol Hall. Yeah, welcome in. Appreciate you for joining me. Hey, Hall Minotaur, you're awesome, dude. It's awesome to hear from you again. How's it been going? How's your study been going? You can look up the MDM docs for a deeper explanation of what those methods do. MDM. Okay, yeah. So let me just quickly copy down what he has here so I can just get it at least on paper. So he's going document. So whatever's on the screen currently, right? So whatever's on the current document of this, right? That's what that's referencing. Is that what this keyword document is? Document.add event listener. So add event listener. So you're waiting for an event listener on the document. Okay, so you're on the document as a whole. You're waiting for an event to happen. Okay. We are putting in some sort of DOM content loaded string within this function. We are then calling document again dot query selector. So the query selector on the document. So we're on the page, and we're waiting for a query selector. So document is what is in the browser window. The document method query selector returns the first element within the document that matches the specified CSS selector or group of CSS selectors. If no matches are found, null is returned. Okay, so you provide a form type selector calling the type form directly, and it will return the first form within the HTML. Okay? Or within the CSS. No, HTML has HTML. Matches specified CSS selector, a group of CSS selector, or group of CSS selector. Okay. Document is a global variable. Go to the browser and open console and type document. Console? What do you mean console? Like here? Okay, so document is just the HTML text? Does VS Code tell you what methods they are when they overrun? Not in their specific one here. No. So Outlaw Delta, what did that exactly tell me here? Does VS Code tell you what methods? It should give you a brief explanation of what it does. Oh, when hovering, yeah. It finds the first element query selector versus select all. Okay, so query selector will find the first element of the type you give it, right? HTML element. So we're looking for the first element form, top down. So then instead of all selector, we'll select all. Okay. Contains all HTML representatives nodes. Okay. Oh, because like you specified earlier, it's the tree data structure. So it's basically like you have it's a parent-child relationship, so it basically just cascades that relationship downward. Okay. If you guys are enjoying the stream and interacting with me and helping me out, thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. If you guys are learning something along the way, make sure to throw a thumbs up or something on the stream. It really helps to keep new people coming in. And it's always really fun when we get new viewers to come in and interact with us and hang out. As long as YouTube keeps pushing our stuff, I really appreciate you guys are awesome. Okay, yeah, that'd be great, Jacob Allen. I appreciate it. If you guys don't know, I have a Discord link down below where you can get access to all my resources offline, from my in-depth notes I'm taking throughout these courses and books I'm reading, to my personal projects, to weekly updates to these courses, along with the solutions to my problem sets for these courses, are all found in the Discord completely for free. I'm really trying to provide a transparent beginner point of view for you guys. I found that there's a lot of people on YouTube that are conveying a pretty false narrative for I learned how to code in 2 or 3 months and I got a job. Maybe like one that could be true in some odd reality for some weird outlier, but in the reality of things, this is what it's like. Sitting in your room potentially alone, and you're really grinding through these things and making yourself learn and get better and grow on an intellectual level, as well as on certain skills on yourself as well. This is also improving your skills as just a human being or a student. So I really appreciate you guys being here, and I try my best to be authentic and provide a real window into a beginner's point of view here. Okay, so we got form. So this is gonna go to select the first form within our document. We are then going to add event listener, where we're going to do on submit. So this is another type selector for this guy here. So we're giving this input a type specific to submit, so we can use a a type selector on here. Now, why wouldn't I just give this? Why wouldn't I give this just an ID? right? This is the only input that's going to be given, like in terms of this case. Now, am I giving it this type submit? Is there actually a type submit under the hood here, or is this just made up by, David or by whoever this is? Or do I want to use this type submit, as a more general kind of on that class side of things where I can call it multiple times, within this event listener thing or whatnot? Yeah, right, out loud delta. Submit is under the hood. Okay, so type submit. You provide a type. So the class then, class IDs, those are just things that you can creatively come up with, right, to help basically bucket or categorize and then directly access certain elements, whereas the type can be associated with. Now I'm calling a direct type selector to form. So why don't I have to like why don't I have to say type form here? Type submit is a different event. Like, why don't I have to call, like, inside of this tag form the type for this when I'm declaring or calling back the type within the query selector method here, right? Why am I specifically calling it? Well, I guess I'm doing this here as well, right? For this input, I'm calling a type for it as text, which makes sense because it's going to know that text are coming back. So is this just the return value, basically? Like what is expected? The element is a form. Hey, DSAD, Wayne, thanks for coming in and helping me out here. Appreciate you for coming in. The element is a form. You want us to... You want to submit for complete form submission versus on type events on the inputs. You want look up button on submit. Are you talking? I mean, like, what do you mean? Hey, Frankie, how's it going, dude? Welcome for coming in. Welcome for coming. Thank you for coming in. Welcome, dude. So you never have to give it a type. The element is form, so you never have to give it a type. Query selector just goes with the first form found in HTML. Okay. Submit, and then we call the lambda function basically, as in Python, for an event. So just a one-time use function that we're going to basically just define within this parameter, right? So alert quote hello plus document dot query selector on the name ID that was provided within the input form, the value associated at that ID, and save that. And then we're going to call event dot prevent default. Now, I missed it in the lecture. What does this do? Event dot prevent default. So event is the given parameter that you have to apply in, right? Button type equals submit. Think of form as a container that accepts input and is waiting for you to tell what to do with it. Then say, hey, when a user does this action, I want you to take that data that they input and then do something with it. Yeah. Pretty self-explanatory. Requires a name and form. Name and form here. ID name, and the name of this equals name. this script should be in the head. Yeah. I thought it was generally best practice to move your JavaScript to the bottom of the program. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Requires a name and a form, so they can't submit empty. Oh. The type attribute, Baseman14, thanks so much for coming in and helping me out here. The type attribute in some HTML tags is not a free-form field. It is part of the HTML standard and only accepts specific predefined values. I submitted a code example. Okay, I'll check that out, Jacob. Thanks so much. Prevent default. HTML defines a fixed list of value types, attribute values that control behavior and appearance of HTML elements. OnSubmit event. The OnSubmit event, if it used to trigger server calls, you prevent that action. Oh, okay. Okay. So then if I refresh this, is this right? No, I need to here. Hello. Text. Submit. Okay. If I put in something here, who should we use? Let's use Hall. Right? And I submit. No, so I go inspect console. Uncaught failed to add event or target to arguments required only when present. Line 6. Event listener. On event target, 2 arguments required but only 1 given. Okay, let's continue on here.
It's return with that unique name, with that unique ID. I'm still using a way to do that. It turns out that when adding an event listener using a function called greet, you're actually going to be passed in an argument, whether you want it or not, that I can refer to as event, or E for short, but I'll be more explicit with event. And it turns out that that argument that gets automatically passed in for you whenever that event is triggered allows you to call event.preventDefault, which is a more programmatic, less hackish way than previously, whereby I just returned false. This is literally telling the browser, when you get this event, let me do my own thing by alerting the user, hello so-and-so, but prevent the default behavior, which we know now to be submitting the form itself.
Okay.
So if I haven't made any mistakes here, and I go back to my browser, reload this page, type in DAVID again, and click submit, there we have it again. The browser has shown me hello, David. But this is getting a little verbose, honestly. And in fact, there's more JavaScript-like ways to do things like this. And let me propose to do this. Notice that I am, using a variable called name here, and then only using it in one place. That's totally fine and very reasonable. But we know from C and Python that's not strictly necessary. So if you're more comfortable, you can get rid of that whole variable, like such, and then just concatenate to hello, space, the return value of that same function. Now, this fits on the screen nicely. It's still pretty readable. I would wager that this is reasonably well designed. But if this line of code got much longer, we probably do want to go back to the version with an actual variable. But we still want to prevent the default. But what about this line here? Notice that I'm calling a function called greet even though I'm only doing that once. So we can actually do something in JavaScript that's kind of neat that we can't quite do in the same way in C or in Python, at least not nearly as elegantly. It turns out that if I'm only using the function greet once, I don't really need to give this function a name. In fact, let me just kind of get rid of that there and get rid of this here. And let me propose this. This will look ugly at first, but I'm going to grab this whole function, and I'm going to literally copy and paste it as the second argument to add event listener. I'm going to go ahead and clean it up a little bit to be a little conventional here. I'm going to move my curly brace to this line. I'm going to get rid of this space. But now, this is actually pretty compact. Let me get rid of some of the blank lines. And notice what I'm now doing. I'm still using a variable called form to get the one form in the page. I'm then telling that form to add an event listener for the submit event. But because I want to tell it what function to call, what you can do in JavaScript, which you can actually do in Python too, is you can pass in an anonymous function, otherwise known as a lambda function, that still might take an argument but does not need a name. Why? Because if you're using it only one place, why bother even giving it a name? So the only thing I've done is I've deleted the name greet and simply calling it function and then passing in specifying the argument it should take. But the next two lines are exactly the same. And the only thing you have to be careful about is, notice I've got the close curly brace here and then the close parenthesis, the first of which closes this curly brace, the second of which closes this first parenthesis. And if you really want to tighten things up, we don't really need the form variable. Let me get rid of that line of code and change that variable to be this one-liner. And so even though this is getting a little complicated visually for those unfamiliar with JavaScript, this is fairly conventional syntax for doing a whole lot of things at once.
Throw at someone at the very start of JavaScript
without unnecessarily using variables.
Come on, man, don't do this to us.
Now, let me
demonstrate 4 lines right there
that
for
still this
a
here
noob
works. If I
JavaScripter.
reload the page and type in my name, David, and submit, we do get that pop-up.
Okay, do we get that for ours? No, we still have an error somewhere in ours. Where do we have an error? Anyone see our error? Where do we have a bug? Spaceman says, oh, no, I read that one. The onSubmit event is used to trigger server calls so you prevent that default action. It is unless you use defer. Realistically, your JavaScript is going to be in a separate file. Gotcha. Prevent default makes it so they will need a name or something entered in a form. You can also add an error message to clarify it to users requires name. It's best practice to put your JavaScript in the head. It doesn't have to be in the head, but it can be at the bottom. It will just hit the script tag on the first load first. It will just hit the script tag on the load first. It's about loading the DOM before you place the script tag. It's about loading the DOM, the document, before you place the script tag at the bottom. Carlos, awesome, dude. Carlos Salcedo, for those that aren't knowing, he's following my same path for the Python crash course. He's been reading. He's on chapter 10. Just a few days ago, he was on chapter, I think it was 7 classes, and then 8 after that on, what's 8 on functions? I can't remember. It's got to be, functions got to come before classes, no? Is there a name input somewhere in the HTML markup? Name input. I have a name input here, right? Name is name. Oh yeah. Hey, keep it cool. How's it going? I got a science fair regionals today. Regionals. Awesome, dude. Good luck on that, man. You're gonna do great. Hope you do well. Add event listener is a function that takes in 2 arguments. Okay, so then why does he only have 1 in his? What else should I put in here? Is he putting in this as the second argument? Oh, hold on. He might be. Document.
Now, let me...
Why do I have so much more here, I feel like? Document dot Event listener. Oh, here we go. I don't need this. So I'm adding it here. So this line here should not be there in general. Okay, so now let's go here. Line 6 again. Let's see here. Who should we use today? He doesn't even have that in his thing though, right? So if I go, who should we use? Let's see. Let's go keep it cool. Keep cool. No. Dang it. No, not happening. So he's got document.querySelector, add event listener, submit function event, alert hello, plus document.querySelector, name.value, event.prevent default. Check the Discord. Okay, I'll check it. Lots of really good stuff in here. Sweet. Where is it? Here we go. Wait, which one was it? Comrade Kibble? Okay, here. Let's bring this over. Okay, so this is what we got here. So this is a simple HTML form that collects user input, assuming. Okay, so form input. First input field for users to type their name. Type equals quote text. ID equals quote name. Placeholder, enter your name. Autocomplete off prevents browsers from suggesting previous entries. Okay. Autofocus makes the field select on when the page loads. ID name2 gives the element a unique identifier. Name equals quote name is used when submitting data to servers. Placeholder shows a hint inside. Okay. Gotcha. You submit button. A button that triggers the form submission when it's clicked on. So you have a button within this form. Type submit. Oh, so when... Okay, I got you. So just by default, the button's not going to do anything, but by giving it a type submit, it's going to submit to some server. Now you have to probably, on the back end within whatever Python it is, accept that data from the server and do something with it. But we're doing a whatever it was, a prevent default to avoid that action, so we can throw that alert just to the screen saying hello. Okay. So then now we get into our script here, where we have step 1, wait for the page to fully load before running the JavaScript. So you put the script down at the bottom, so you wait for the page to fully load. The DOM content load event fires when the HTML document is completely parsed. The DOM content loaded fires when the HTML document is completely parsed. Add event listener takes 2 important parameters. So add event listener. The first parameter. Oh, so you're saying that when the DOM loads, then you fire this function? The document content loaded event fires when the HTML document is completely parsed. Okay, so after the HTML document is completely read, there must be something that's sent by the browser that says, okay, I've completely read the DOM. That is an event that has been signaled. I'm catching that event with this listener, right? I'm looking for this event, and on that event, when I'm fully loaded, I'm running this function. Okay, sweet. Disregard what I said about invalid arg, but you do have to have 2 args in the add event listener. You haven't gotten the part yet where he says how putting the JavaScript in the head like that now breaks it, and then shows how to fix it. Okay, got you. The DOM hasn't loaded yet, so when you're querying for the form event, it doesn't exist. The DOM hasn't loaded yet. Oh, okay, gotcha. So when I'm putting the script in the head, that's why it breaks, because I'm querying for the DOM to load, but it's not loading. So, okay, I got you. Thank you. That's a really good explanation, Baseman. Move script out of head or defer it. Got you. I use Claude to help me write the comments, so mileage may vary. You got it. You tag events types on events on the front end. Add event listener as a function. Yeah, I can see it takes 3 arguments too. The first event is the name of the event to listen for. Yeah, the second is the function that does the stuff. Yeah, exactly. Right. So we're going to wait for the document to become fully loaded. Once it's fully loaded, once that signal is read by the listener on the document, we're going to run this function, which what we'll do is find the form element via the query selector on the document. So we're going to, the query selector finds the first parameter or element given in the parameter. So it's going to find the first form. You define it with a const variable here, which we haven't seen yet. Const declaration, a variable type. Set up a listener for when someone submits the form. This creates a trigger that runs our code when the form is submitted. The submit part means watch for some form submissions. The function event that contains the event code to run when submission happens. So we're adding another event listener on submit, right? Because up in the top we have the submit button that has the type that's going to submit. So we're looking for that event type. On that event type, right? We're going to call function event. Now, this might be getting a little bit too ahead of myself, but now what happens if you have like a form or something, or multiple forms on the same page with multiple submits or something, like, you have like a checkout button or a add to cart button or all these different submits. How do you individually capture them by, not, by, you're kind of just catching the first, form. Well, what if there's multiple forms within the page? How do you, catch the second one, let's say? How do you index the second event form or whatnot? Or query selector, I'm sorry. So then we event listen for the submit, and we do a function on it. Perfect. Let me prevent the default. We get an input, which is the name from the query selector. We get the value from that input using dot notation, and then we create the alert. Okay. Sweet, that was awesome. Shout out to Comrade Kibble, Jacob Allen. You're awesome, man. Thanks so much for that breakdown. You guys are wanting access to this. Let's Comrade Kibble, could you put a copy of this in the CS50, the HTML CSS community here? Could you throw that in there? You guys want to jump in that Discord, it's in the description completely for free. It's got tons and tons of resources from not only myself and my personal roadmap for learning and what I've done to convey an authentic beginner point of view and perspective for learning how to code on my own after my 9-to-5 job as a chemist with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, but as well as a lot of other viewers on the channel who happen to be, computer science majors themselves, actually in the field as software developers currently. So a lot of great resources and people, you can reach out to and ask, personal questions to, right? Either one, you can, I don't mind. You could spam post it in either one of those. You could put them all of them, honestly. It pertains to everything. It's a really good umbrella kind of breakdown of explaining things, whether it be in the CS50 community or the CSS HTML community. Thanks so much for that, man. I think each event would have a unique ID, but that's a good point. You can give different elements unique IDs and query the elements by ID rather than querying all elements on the same type. Okay, got you. Just back to that unique ID part. Query selector, hashtag unique ID. Okay, so we would, just like this. So we're getting the name out of here because we gave it a unique ID. So it's going to get this one. Now, This is nested within the form query selector. So, but I don't think it has anything to do with this form per se. I think it's individually extracting the HTML value of ID name, right? Okay. So then let's take this script and let's move it to the bottom of our code so that we can have it work now. Right? And so now if we run this, we inspect. Okay, no errors. Here we go, guys. No errors, no bug. Here we go. Okay, who wants to be our crash dummy here? Next chat wins. Next chat wins that comes up. Next chat wins. Oh, Oscav. Welcome. That's a new name. Thanks so much for coming in, Oscav. You got a lucky selection here. Oxav, the Oxav. My bad. Jacob, you were right there too. All right, let's see if we alert to Oxav. Oxav. Oh! Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. All right, it's not too bad. I'm kind of wrapping my head around this. Now, we got a long ways to go, guys. This is day one of JavaScript ever. Day one ever. So we got a long ways to go, but not too shabby. Not too shabby. We're breaking this down. All right. The idea attribute on an element is a freeform name you arbitrarily give it. Yeah. Added links to some docs that better explain what these methods do than I can do. Awesome. I'll have to check those out. Hey, Wowens, thanks so much for joining me and following along and leaving a comment. I appreciate you for jumping in here. You're awesome. I currently am trying to do a CS assignment on recursive backtracking and actually want to... I have no clue what I'm doing. You got this, man. I was struggling on recursion on chapter 3? Chapter 3? No. 5? Of the Data Structures and Algorithms book that we've been reading live on the channel. So if you want access to this book, you can see it in the Discord. We've been reading this book live, word by word, example by example, problem by problem, live on the channel. So it's been difficult to understand. It's very dense, got a lot of jargon, but it's very good for us to break down and interpret in our own way and translate that into our own code and projects. So it's been very useful. And also, a lot of these topics have come up in CS50X, and we've been well prepared to handle those problem sets and been able to keep our pace on the project because we had this previous learning. So we're on page 437 of 770. So we've read over 400 pages of this book alone live on the channel. So, and I have detailed notes of all the chapters I've read so far in the description below in my GitHub. You can access those on my GitHub and in the Discord. But we're almost there, guys. Let's just bang out the rest of this lecture. We should have been finished with this by now, but he kind of went on this yap over here about how to condense things down, and it really kind of confused us really fast. So I wanted to get caught up here. Hey, Martin Watson. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. You're awesome. Appreciate you for jumping in here. What you been working on lately? And I have to basically return if there's a set of int and numbers that can be added up to equal target. How if there are things. After CS50X, is it better to do CS50P or Python crash course? Faifu, I honestly recommended to do CS50P first if it was your first introduction to programming, but if you're doing it vice versa, then that's no problem as well. You'll be well prepared to jump into Python, and I think you'll find it fairly easy to complete after completing CS50X. But I highly recommend just doing them both together. They will, honestly, the Python crash course will fill in any gaps that are left by that course, in my opinion. Now, it's not perfect. I don't think it really mentions like the Lambda functions in Python crash course or some various other things, but it does fill in a lot, like 99% of the gaps that that are in that course, and really will help you get a lot of examples and practice and takeaways from the course itself. So I highly suggest just doing them together. That's what I did. I read the book afterwards, and I really wish I would have read it during. But afterwards really solidified the knowledge even further. Darren says, yo, homie, as a 3 CS student, I'd say pick up drug dealers. Way more opportunities out there. I pretty much, I guess, am already. I make, some therapeutic drugs and some, have to access the drug cage for some, certain types of tranquilizers and amphetamines when building some of my stock solutions as a chemist. So I am a formulation chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I work as a chemist and I'm just teaching myself to code for fun. So there is no pressure on this. I have no tests, no professors, no TAs putting pressure on me to move on from topics when I'm not ready to. This is completely independent. So I'm only moving on from topics when I feel comfortable and ready to do so. That way I can have a really solid basis and understanding for that next chapter in my learning here. So if that sounds like something you're interested in doing, I stream every single day at 7 p.m. PST, and on the weekends I come on for a little bit earlier and longer. So thank you guys so much for coming in. We are on a streaming kick right now. Yeah, as long as you take away from this, you can, as long as you take away from this that you can tag HTML elements with events that do stuff with JavaScript, that's good enough for today. Yeah. Yo, I posted a general chat. I'm Emperor Ma. Awesome, Martin. There's like 20 or so 30-second vids that sum out what I've been up to. There's like 2 or so 30-second vids. Awesome. We'll have to check them out. The different CS50s are similar courses. I would recommend doing the Python, then trying to build super simple command line programs. Yeah, that's exactly what I did, Outlaw Delta. I created a inventory management system via command line interface that you're able to, add inventory items and view them back and edit them live. Then I created a task tracker application that uses date tracking to actually have tasks expire and be able to load those in. And then I took it one step further. My next project that we're building live right now, the small business manager, that will actually take in, it's completely object oriented. It'll take in items via class, and then they'll take in expenses also in a similar format, and then cross-reference those two to create a basic business class that can supply statistics for various businesses, such as annual gross expenses divided up into their methods and categories, or total, or their annual gross revenue across their sold items. And categorized via maybe sizings or things like that. So we got a lot of work to do, kind of doing the filtering here, but we have like file IO finally integrated in this via JSON, and we're reading everything and loading off that. We were doing that before in the task tracker for actually making that expired task work and maintaining your information, but this is really cool. And so my goal is to get some front end on this, and maybe we could convert this project after I release a 1.0 a 1.0 version, which is just the CLI environment, such as, I'll give a little example here of the program. I know we still got to finish that course, but everybody's here right now. We got a lot of people in here. So I can, go to the inventory. I can add an item, new item, right? I'll go to the items JSON here so you can see what's going on live. Right, I can add an item, a cost. I'll give it a $10 cost, size medium, today's date, yes, quantity. Let's say I have one of those, right? I'll automatically populate that item in here with a new item number next in the sequence. And then I can go back to my main menu, go to transactions, item search for that item number 2 that I loaded in there. And now I can convert that as for sale or sold. If I go sold, today's date, yes, I sold it for 25 bucks, let's say, with a delivery shipping method. That takes me back here, and as you can see, that auto updated there. And then I can actually, what's going on, what's cool now is I have that business class, right, with all that business information. So my business class now actually updated for that sale, and so I have annual gross revenue here. If I go ahead and exit the program, it'll update there finally for that sale of $25. Now, this is annual gross revenue. This isn't net, right? So I need to create a new statistic for tracking net, which basically takes this value and subtracts it from this or subtracts this value of the expenses from gross from this value to create that net. So my next goal, now I've got everything kind of working together, is to just keep adding basically more and more statistics for these users to be able to track and basic and eventually be able to track on like a per item basis for costs and sales and everything, and just keep adding in more and more statistics that they can print out. And then maybe my goal is also to add in some SQL to be able to bring back and report those various filtered information back to the user in a table format very easily. We learned about SQL in this course, and I think it would be a great opportunity for us to try to implement it here to actually generating reports, so I'm not having to create print statements myself to relay all of this JSON information in a report format. I can rather just specify with SQL queries certain filters to basically parameterize what the user is looking for in regards to uploading and calling back. And I also have it pretty modular to the point which is really cool, to where the user can actually add in when the program is running, right? When the user can create and load in their own in the settings format, they can edit the actual business settings like the name of the business and give it some more customization. But in the expenses, they can actually edit the individual categories and methods on their own. So by default, you have to have a inventory method category and a shipping category, but you can actually add your own categories for however you would like to, override or create your categories, and it will automatically, update those for these various, categories. So as you can see here, if I go add a new expense category, these are my previous ones. Like I just had some dummy ones in here. Let's go ahead and use someone's name. Let's say this is the Outlaw Delta category. The Outlaw Delta, we'll say Outlaw Delta, right? And then if I go ahead and just, as you can see, this is my categories here in this file right here. If I go ahead and just go back to the settings menu, main menu, and then exit, yes. Oh, no, what happened? Something's not working. Oh, shoot. I thought I had it working. That's embarrassing. Let's try to do it for the methods. I think the methods work. I'll have to fix that. That's a bummer. That's embarrassing. Oh no, it's right there. Outlaw Delta. It added it right there. Am I blind? Main menu, settings, expense settings, add category, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's watch right here. It should pop up. Not yet. 3, 4, 5. Okay, didn't pop up there, but oh, it pops up on run. Oh, that's right, because I'm currently I'm going through this little bit of a dilemma right now in terms of speed and space and efficiency with my project, because I'm currently calculating. I'm doing repeated work. I'm currently calculating each of these individual more niche statistics on their basis, but then I'm also summing up the total on its own basis as well. So in theory, all of the categories, every expense should have a category. So all of the category summed should give me the total gross, right, for the inventory of that year. So I kind of want to potentially, so if you actually, let's go here. I'll load this back so you guys can see. Once I press 1 here, that on load, it does that initial sum, because I don't want it to be doing that work again and again and again. But I could also change it to just summing these individual category segments to avoid that work ever having to happen in the first place. So if I press 1 back here, you'll see, boom, blah, 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 got loaded in right there in alphabetical order, it looks like. And it'll start categorizing things by breaking it down via year. So it's really, really cool. It's like day by day, little bit, function by function, we've been able to get this project kind of up and moving. And it's quite elaborate in the forms of like just being able to actually have some actual functionality for business functions. So sorry, that was kind of a ramble, but let me go ahead and catch up on some chats here. Sorry, that was a big time ramble. Let me catch up on chat. Just wait till you get to regular expression. Yeah, the regular expression in the Python week was a little bit, it wasn't too bad. I actually really liked it. It was one of my favorite weeks in the Python week of the CS50P course. I think it was honestly one of the easier weeks when I was learning it for the first time. It kind of just clicked for me. I'm not sure why. but I haven't done any actually practice with it since then, but that's what I remember. I do have to remind myself some of the symbols when I go back though. Use the business manager to make a website for calculating inventory. Yeah, exactly. I want to try to convert this into actual full stack application to have a front end ability for the users to add in those items and then be able to view the reports. Sub guys, we're so close to 1.5. Thank you guys so much for following me here. We got over like 40 people almost. We almost had like 50 people in here a couple of minutes ago. You guys are so awesome. Thanks so much for following along and supporting me here, you guys. I really appreciate it. You guys are really awesome. We've been growing the channel quite rapidly. I have a Discord link below where I give all my resources transparent to you guys completely for free. You guys are awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll exit out here. And then we'll just clear out here and let's finish up this lecture. Gosh dang it. Hey, Mr. Anderson, welcome. I appreciate you for joining me. You're awesome. If you guys are enjoying the stream, could you please throw a thumbs up? It really helps keep me motivated and keep others checking out the channel. I really appreciate you guys stopping by and spending some time here. Where should I start, Jesus Ramos? I highly suggest you start with Harvard CS50P like I did, and then also read the Python Crash Course book that I provide in my Discord by Eric Mays. I provide a PDF copy and my personal notes on them, and it's a really great book for to work in pair with getting all that information. The course is completely free. Please, guys, do not pay for the CS50 courses. They do not provide you any actual merit in terms of job search or job application. They are considered, very entry-level courses and, are used as a tool to then kickstart your learning even further, in my opinion. Just do the free. There is no difference between the content. All the content is the same. The only thing that's different is the type of certificate. But even then, that certificate has no merit or meaning, in my opinion. So just do the free. That's my third project, Darren. My first one was a very simple iteration of that project, just in the inventory side, right? So I've been slowly scaling up these projects little by little to create a more elaborate project that really is just basic Python functionality, classes, object-oriented functions, lists, data structures, some algorithms, and it's really quite simple and when you break it down, but together it creates something more elaborate, right? Think of like I don't know, like an analogy is like I don't know, like a singular pixel, right? Like it just displays one shade of color, but when you combine, hundreds or 200 pixels together, you can start to develop images. It's the same principle can apply to your learning here. It's kind of a silly example. It took a second to update. They're not really courses. Some of them are more like 10-hour long classes recorded for YouTube in the form of a TED Talk. Yeah. Have you thought about doing some Perl programming with someone else, by the way? Or Perry programming? No, me and Mahan, I've done some, partner programming with Mahan, who also is a viewer, just offline in like a personal call, just him and I doing some leak code together. But no, if you guys are interested in having like a rotating, maybe throw on like someone can come on and give us some advice or code to try to give us some teaching live here on like the last hour of the stream or something. That would be really cool, I think. Also, I still want to do the Pokemon card pack opening every like 2 hours. I need to get some Pokemon cards and then we'll give them away. I want to just open a pack every 2 hours to keep us pushing, or like every stream we'll open up a pack, and at the end of a week we'll pick a viewer and we'll give all the cards away to them. I think that'd be so fun. Yeah, I would be keen. I'm actually be curious to find out how well I could pair and help out someone newer. That'd be awesome, Jacob. I really appreciate the offer of shoot me a Discord message anytime and we can maybe work something out. I'm always down to program. I do it all day, every day, pretty much, except for when I'm at work. That's all I do. Pair programming is the quickest way to increase your skill. Well, let's do it, definitely. I think it'd be good for the channel for people to see it as well, rather than just me struggling, also having someone helping me out with my struggles live. I'm a third-year CS major. I know kids who know less than you, bro. You've surprised me. Keep up it good. Thank you, Darren. You're awesome. I really appreciate those kind words, and that seems to be an ongoing trend. What do you guys think? I know we talk about this quite a bit, but it's just very interesting. people have come in here quite often as like third or second year CS majors and have suggested that it's I find it quite interesting that I am at a level in my programming that's kind of beyond some of their peers in college at the second or third level, which is very interesting. Do you guys have any, reasoning why that is on the not on my end, but on their end? Like, why does it seem like that computer science majors are currently struggling at those levels, and a lot of people are kind of falling behind? Is it a lack of passion for the actual subject matter, or it seems like you're definitely, I've had like almost like 15 to 20 people come in and say that, which is so kind. I really appreciate you guys. This hard work is paying off. It's really paying off that we're actually understanding this and truly passionate about this. I really attribute that's why we're really understanding, because I actually care about learning it. But what do you guys think on the other end? Why are those students struggling? It's great learning, worthless certification. Yeah, I don't have a degree, but it's more learning from CS50 and my bootcamp projects, after which I got my first dev job. Agree, certification itself is worthless. You can get a GUI later to make it look nicer. Yeah. I'm a bootcamper going back to college to get a degree to broaden my horizons now. That's awesome. Yeah, I was considering going back for a second graduate or a second undergrad in computer science, or I was also considering just going for the master's degree in computer science if I can kind of get my knowledge up to a point where I feel comfortable maybe getting into that program, or at least applying for it. Start learning some system design early on is really important for backend stuff. You're doing it right now. Yeah, Darren. Someone came. Who was it yesterday? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Who was it? AJ. AJ yesterday came into the chat and was giving us some great books. He gave us a book suggestion that he used in his computer engineering course class that was called the Introduction to Computing Systems textbook. So I'm really interested in picking up a copy of that, a PDF, and reading it on the stream as well. So once we get through this course and maybe also just pound through the last little bit of the DSA book, we're going to pick up some more books and more courses, math especially, and really start going here and getting more learning in depth and going deeper in this stuff. I'm really interested in it. I don't think it's just early out. Just keep going. It seems like you're really trying to, and just not relying on ChatGPT like others do. Yeah, I will say I do query ChatGPT, sometimes during my streams, but I always preface you guys, you guys will always see me. The first thing I say, well, I'm working on this problem. I will need some help, but please do not show me code. Please just tell me verbally where I need, point me in a direction, or gauge my current understanding is a phrase I like to say a lot. You need to really learn how to tailor these prompts to your specific needs rather than just getting an answer outright. It can be an incredible tool if you say, can you gauge my current understanding and then walk me into a direction where I'm like more comfortable with this topic or this specific question, and specify, do not show me code. And I've been doing that in my studying, and it's really helped as just as a teacher and breaking down this textbook. Like, I'll copy a really difficult chapter or paragraph and say, can you please break this down? But I will have it show me code if I need like an example, right? If I need like an actual like low level simple one-liner example of like a function or a reminder, I think it's quicker than it's quicker to just query it for like that. And I think that's perfectly fine. Just refresh your memory on something you had learned in the past, or just a quick one-liner on something like maybe a list comp or something. But for new topics, you really want to avoid just taking it at face value for whatever it gives you. You want to engage with it on like a conversational level. AI's destroyed CS majors. They have the ability to cheat through most assignments. So you guys think it's AI then is doing the harm? It's more theoretical. They rely on LLMs. People are saying they just copy and paste and actually understand how things work. How it's quite interesting. How has these institutions not been able to figure out a way to remove the ability to or detect copy and pasting from LLMs? Is it that is it that streamlined or one-to-one with whatever they're doing? It seems, shouldn't these computer science institutions be able to detect these, or is it just the answer is so universal for you can only write a loop so many ways, right, that really you never really know? As someone who has been coding freehand for 5-ish years, I wish I had the dedication and focus to learn the book like you, man. You got this. We'll do it together. 15 grams of lasagna. I appreciate you for jumping in and supporting me here. You're awesome. I'll support you as well. Let's do it together. On the system design thing, depends on how deep you want to go, I guess. I think going through designing data-intensive applications is overkill early on, though. Yeah, that's the way to prompt it. ChatGPT is good for finding information, but will give you a serious roadblock if you use it for everything for you. Yeah. Yeah, I started relying on Claude too much at my job, and I legit felt like it started to make me more dumb. Is there a channel in Discord for book recommendations? No, yeah, there's a suggestions channel. So throw us a channel in the suggestions, or if you have just your own resources you want to provide, you can make a thread in the community resources channel and just and then just keep replying to your same thread with new resources as you find them. You can say this is Jacob Allen's thread, or this is Miles 14991's thread. Resources, and then just keep replying to your thread with with your updates and stuff, so that everybody can get them in their own one central place. A lot of assignments in CS are old, and ChatGPT knows exact answers, like C was written in the 70s, and they have been using similar problems to demonstrate concepts since then, so ChatGPT has the answers. I agree, Jacob. I had to end my sub to Claude. LLM detection throws too many false positives. It's hard to code with some answers are universal. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's too universal. It's too broad. I think once you start to ask them, okay, what's this actually doing, or add new functions to explain to you why their implementation is optimized, well, they're like, yeah. To be fair, it looks like some of my code a week later, I don't know what it's doing. I've done that on my business manager. I mean, I had to go in a few times and reread some of the functions I wrote from like a late night session, being like, what did I write? Like, what does this function do? Like, oh yeah, I had to put in a parameter of a type to get it to, do something, blah, 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 blah. So, I definitely feel you on that. Okay, guys, we could have been way done with this lecture by now. My recording is almost 3 hours. So I record these lectures, these streams while I watch, so I can break them down into a condensed version for a re-upload onto the channel as a video. So I've been recording this whole time, so my computer memory is going to be fried, or my storage space cooked on my MacBook. But we'll go ahead and we got to continue on with the lecture here. I really, really appreciate all the comments. You guys are so awesome. You guys are so friendly. I really appreciate everybody just interacting and being so willing to communicate and be a part of the community. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for following along. We're approaching 1,500 subscribers. We might already be there with how many people jumped into the stream today. Let's check here. Let's do a live subscriber count, live sub count. 1490. We're 10 subs away, guys. If you want to be a part of the community and be here before 1,500, make sure to follow along here. We stream every single day around 7 p.m. PST, where I teach myself how to code from scratch as a formulation chemist with a degree in human biology and minor in chemistry. We have 15 minutes left of this lecture, you guys. Let's just pound it out real quick. Let's continue on.
Demonstrate that still this here works. If I reload the page and type in my name, David, and submit, we do get that pop-up. But let me do what I did previously, which was to put this whole script tag inside of my head tag at the top of the page. So I'll make room for it up there. Same exact code, but now the script tag is above the form tag. Let me go back to my browser here, click reload, type in DAVID, and click submit. And dang it, we're somehow back to the broken version, where still my name, because I added that name attribute earlier, is getting submitted to the server, but I don't want this getting submitted to the server. What is now going wrong? Well, let's see if we can't diagnose this. Let me go back. Let me right-click or control-click and inspect, and show you one final tab today, which is that of the JavaScript console. It turns out that in the console tab of your developer tools, you can see error messages from languages like JavaScript. And if you see anything red like this, odds are, I'm afraid, you messed up. Or in this case, I messed up. And let's see if we can infer what's wrong. Cannot read properties of null reading add event listener. Unfortunately, just like Clang, just like Python, the error messages in the computer world are not always that clear, especially for first-time programmers. But it at least seems to relate to line 7, character 43 of hello.html. So let's go back to this line here. Line 7 here is in place. Why might the form be null? Well, notice that this global variable here is referring to the whole document. Query selector is selecting some element from that document. But if that
Because
element
the
doesn't
script
yet
is ahead
exist,
above.
this
It's the
function
scope.
call here, which I've highlighted, will return null. So this is kind of like saying null.eventListener, which just like our time from C, kind of makes no sense. You can't dereference null. You can't do anything with null. So something has gone wrong. Now, why is that? Well, much like Python, much like C, these languages are typically read top to bottom, left to right. And unfortunately, if you define the form on line 16, but you try to access the form on line 7, it's just not going to work. And so what you're seeing in JavaScript's console here is that it's null because it hasn't yet been read. Now, previously, I avoided that problem by moving the whole script tag to the bottom of the page, just sort of avoiding the problem. But there is another way to do it. And you'll see in lots of libraries, even though it's a bit of a mouthful. Let me go into hello.html here and add one more event listener, which I'll type out myself.
Yeah, that happens a lot, Miles. I oftentimes will pause the video. I'll ask you guys a question that's like churning in my head. He'll talk about something. I'll be like, well, what about this little edge case or this little thing? Which is cool that I'm like picking up on those things as they're being talked about. It just shows that we're paying attention and understanding what's going on. But then like I'll pause, talk with you guys for 15, 20 minutes about it, come back to the video and press play, and 2 seconds, 5 seconds later, he literally answers the question. It's like, bruh, like what? All right, let's keep going.
Document.add event listener, and I'm going to listen for a very special event that you have to capitalize just right, DOM content loaded, quote unquote. And then I'm going to go ahead and call another anonymous function that simply does all of this stuff together. At the very bottom of what I just added, I'm going to add another, I'm going to add the close curly brace and another close parenthesis to now close this curly brace up here that I just added and this parenthesis here that I just added. So this too is more of a mouthful, but what is DOM content loaded? I mean, it kind of...
Okay, so because he is calling the form below, in order to avoid this error and keep the script in the head above the form declaration or define, he declares an add listen event on the document itself and calls for the DOM content loaded event to be arisen, right? And then you'll call the function. So rather than which will wait for the entire document to be parsed, as I think it was Jacob or someone said, maybe it was Outlaw Delta, sorry if I got that wrong, and then it will run this form query.
Does what it says. When the DOM's content, the entirety of it, has been loaded, then can you go ahead and execute these lines of code. How do you know what lines of code to execute? Well, here too, I've defined an anonymous function in JavaScript, which just allows me to contain inside of these curly braces the lines of code that I want to execute. Not now, but eventually, when the DOM's content has loaded. So this is to say that even in these simplistic examples we've seen already, JavaScript very heavily tends to use these anonymous functions. Or really, people who write JavaScript code tend to heavily use these anonymous functions, if only because it tightens things up. And typically, once you have some experience with programming in this or other languages, you'll get more and more familiar with this. Even though at a glance, for the first time, this admittedly looks way more complicated than the problem it's actually trying to solve. Now, that said, just like with CSS, we can get rid of all of this stuff. Let me highlight and cut that out. Let me delete all these new lines. Let me go into my script tag, and let me pretend for the moment with a source attribute that I have a file called scripts.js. And I could imagine now going into a file called scripts.js, pasting all of the code I just cut out of this file, and then just like CSS, allowing one file to refer to the other. So in other words, you can ultimately go ahead and implement that same paradigm of separating one language from another in JavaScript as well. All right. That was a lot, but let's now focus not so much on writing as much code like this, but looking at some examples that I brought with me to demonstrate what more we can do with JavaScript. In my terminal window, let me go ahead and grab a 5th version of this file from my source state directory. That's going to look a little something like this. In hello.html now, which I wrote in advance this time, we have some very similar code such that I'm listening for the DOM content to be loaded. I am defining a variable, in this case called input, because I wanted to find a textbooks on the page. And I'm using another event listener. And we've seen it on this here list, not just submit, but for instance, key up, when the human's finger comes up from the keyboard just after having typed something. Let's see for the moment, before we dive in further to how this event is being used, what this page now looks like. If I close my developer tools and reload the page, notice that the submit button is gone, but I still have a text box. And watch what happens when I start typing like the letter C, or A, or T, or if I delete, 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 W, O, R, L, D, delete, 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 delete. And then there's a default value here as well. So notice now it's sort of automatically updating the DOM of the page as I'm typing. In fact, let me do this. Let me reopen my developer tools with inspect. Let me go to the elements page by default. And notice the P tag here. At the moment, in the browser's memory, is the phrase hello, comma, whoever you are. Let me start to type my own name now instead of cat or world or anything else, D. And notice that not only am I seeing hello, comma, D on the screen, notice that the DOM, as represented by the Elements tab, has been dynamically updated as well. If I type in now an A, notice what happens in both places too. The DOM gets updated again. V, I, D, notice that, and it's flashing to draw your eye to it. I'm updating the DOM in memory. Meanwhile, if I close this and open up the page source, recall that this is a static version in here. There is no mention of DAVID in the actual HTML. That's coming from me, the user. So if we go back now to VS Code, let's look at how this works. Again, on line 10, I created a variable called input that just uses query selector to find the input element, the text box. Then I registered an event listener on that text box for key up. So this thing responds as soon as the finger comes off the key. I want this function anonymously to be called whenever that key goes up. Inside of this function, define a variable called name, and I use the query selector to get another element on the page called P. Well, where did that come from? Well, let me open the page source again, and notice at the bottom of the page is not only the form, which is super simple, no submit button even, but there's also an empty paragraph tag that I just put there as a default element to fill with my content. Let me go back to VS Code here. And notice that once I've got that, I've got room for the person's name. So what I'm going to do is this. If the input has a value, if the text box has something typed in, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go inside of that name, the so-called paragraph. I'm going to change its inner HTML. Capitalization is important here. Lowercase inner, all caps HTML. And I'm going to change it to be hello, comma, something. More on that in a moment. Else, if there's no input value, that is, it's blank, so this Boolean expression is false, let's just change the inner HTML to be hello, comma, whoever you are. That's the default value. The last thing to tease apart then is what is going on here. This is horrible to look at, I will admit, and is the ugliest of the syntax we've seen. But just like in Python, we have those format strings or F strings where you can put the F and then quote marks, and then curly braces inside to interpolate the value of some variable. JavaScript has something similar, except it's much more ugly to look at. Specifically, you use backticks, which vary in their location based on whether you have a US English keyboard or something else, but a backtick at the beginning and a backtick at the end. And inside of those backticks, if you want to interpolate the value of some variable, you do use curly braces, but you also use a $sign. So it's like Python syntax, but worse. But it's the exact same idea.
What?
There's nothing really complicated beyond that other than remembering or Googling the syntax for that technique. So at the end of the day, the result is that we get this sort of automatically updating page that updates one keystroke at a time based on what the user typed in, this time based specifically on the key up event instead of submit. Well, let's do one other. Let me go back to VS Code here, open up my terminal after closing hello.html. Let me copy from my source directory today something called background.html. And now let's go back to my directory listing here, reload, and see background.html and click it. This is very simple, but let's see if we can infer how this works. I've got 3 buttons, and they're not rectangular as much as they are square, but that's just because the labels R, G, and B are so short. But watch what happens. R turns my background red. Green turns it green. B turns it blue.
Look at that.
Well, how is that happening? Well, let me go back to VS Code here, and let me actually open now this file, background.html. And notice what's going on here. Inside of my body, I've got 3 buttons, each of which has a unique ID.
Unique
red,
IDs, red, green,
or
and blue for the
and
buttons.
each of which has super short labels, R, G, and B, in all caps.
Okay.
But then I have a script tag. Notice first I'm creating a variable called body that's just grabbing the element from the page, the type of which is body, and there's only one of those. And then notice this, I've got 3 nearly identical lines of code starting here. I'm going into the document using query selector to find whatever element has a unique ID of red, per the hash symbol. On that element, I'm adding an event listener for the click event, which is again on our list of events that you can listen for in JavaScript, in addition to submit and in addition to key up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Here then, I'm listening for click, and I'm calling this anonymous function when that R button is clicked. And when it is, I execute 1 line of code. And here's where today kind of comes together in full circle. I can, inside of my web page, using JavaScript, modify the CSS of my page too. I can go into that body element, access its style attribute, which is a variable inside of the body, and that exists because that's how browsers work.
Okay.
And I can access the background color property inside of that body tag style. It's like accessing its style attribute, if you will. And I can set it equal to quote unquote red. Or I could do hash ff0000, but I kept it simple with quote unquote red. The next 3 lines of code are the same thing, but for green. The last 3 lines are the same thing, but for blue. Okay. The only thing that's weird here is where did background color come from? Because it's lowercase b and capital C. Unfortunately, this is maybe not the best design historically. In CSS, we saw text align, we saw color, we saw a couple of other properties as well. Unfortunately, there is in CSS a CSS property called background-color. I just didn't happen to use it just yet. Unfortunately, CSS uses background-color. JavaScript necessarily uses background color with capital C. Why? Well, in JavaScript, you can do math, like in most languages. And unfortunately, the dash is already used as a minus sign. So unfortunately, in JavaScript, if you wrote this property as background-color, this would be like trying to subtract
you have to do that with the text align as well?
From background. So background minus color, which makes no sense. So left hand and right hand weren't really communicating, it seems. So the solution was just to use camel case, so to speak, like a camel with a hump, and capitalize the C, but get rid of the hyphen. And there is a mapping, therefore, from CSS properties to JavaScript attributes in this way. So that's all that's happening. And in fact, we can see this again in our inspector. Let me reload the page to go back to white. Let me again open up the developer tools. Let me click on the body of the page, which currently has no attributes. And at right, there's no styles being applied to it other than the defaults from the user agent style sheet. But watch what happens now under element.style and on the body tag itself. When I click R, a style attribute will suddenly appear programmatically on the body tag with a value corresponding to
red.
Background-color, red. Notice over at right here, too, we see a summary in Chrome's developer tools of exactly that. If I click on G, if I click on B, I can see exactly the same thing happening for each of those colors. So here now, we have the ability with JavaScript not only to alter the DOM of the page, the contents of it, what the user is seeing, but also, it would seem, the CSS thereof. What more can we do? Well, let's look at one other example that sort of evokes a tag from yesteryear. Let me go into my source directory and grab an example called blink.html and show you in this code herein. If I hide my terminal window, we've got a function in this file inside of my script tag called blink, which apparently toggles visibility of greeting. But what does that mean? Well, let's try to infer here. There's a variable called body, which is set equal to the return value of query selector. And we're checking this question. If the visibility of that element is hidden, then change the visibility to visible. Else, change the visibility to hidden. Now, this, too, is one of these left hand and right hand. We're not intercommunicating. I have no idea why the opposite of visible is not invisible, but the opposite of visible in CSS is hidden, for better or for worse. So what's really happening here is we have a conditional, an if-else construct, that's saying if the visibility is hidden, make it visible, but if it's visible, make it hidden, back or forth. How is this being used? Well, here is another function that comes with JavaScript. There's a global variable called window, which refers to the browser window itself. That comes with a method called setInterval, capital I. That function takes 2 arguments, the first of which is the name of a function to call. Notice again, not using parentheses, because I don't want to call blink on line 22. I want to pass the name of that blink function to this setInterval function. And 500 is the second argument. That refers to a number of milliseconds. And what setInterval does, as you might imagine, is it will now call the blink function
every
500 milliseconds, or half a second.
Okay.
So the effect, if I go back to my browser tab, close my developer tools, and click now on blink.html, is a resurrection of a tag that actually existed when I was growing up, whereby you could literally do open bracket blink, close bracket, and you could make your web page's text blink like this. Even worse, there was a tag called marquee that would scroll your text across the screen, very hideously so. And in fact, among all of the features of HTML, among the few that have been removed over the years are exactly those 2 tags. But with JavaScript, we can bring them back now in this way. The point of which really is to demonstrate, again, how much control we now have over over our DOM and our web pages thanks to JavaScript. Let's do one final example here. Let's go back to VS Code here, open my terminal, and let me copy in one last file from today's distribution code called autocomplete.html. And let's go ahead and open up autocomplete.html here in VS Code. Well, what's going on here? Well, it turns out that there's a body of this page which just has a text input that's of type text with a placeholder of query. Below that, there's this empty unordered list with nothing initially, much like there was an empty paragraph tag previously, so I could put hello so-and-so. Then there's this file here using a script tag referencing large.js. So I actually need that file too. That's in today's distribution too. So let me grab large.js, which, if we open that up, might look somewhat familiar. It is a JavaScript version of the dictionary from problem set 5, wherein you implemented the fastest spell checker that you could. So there's 100,000 plus words in this file. But notice they're structured as a JavaScript variable called words, all caps, to make clear that I mean for it to be global. It's using square brackets, as on line 1, because that, it turns out, much like Python, is how JavaScript indicates an array. But in JavaScript, they're again called arrays instead of lists. And then I just have this comma-separated list of strings using double quotes, but I could have used single quotes for all 100,000 plus of those words. So by including this file, this means that my script down here has access to that words variable. What am I doing? Well, I'd create a variable called input and set it equal to query selector's return value, just so I can get a variable pointing to that text box. Then I'm, again, as before, adding an event listener, listening for key up, so the finger coming up. And whenever that happens, I call this anonymous function. I first, in that function, set an HTML variable to quote unquote, so the empty string, nothing. Because what I want to do is build up a list of words that match whatever the human has typed in. And you'll perhaps see where this is going in a moment. If the user then has typed something in, there's a value in that text box, do this. Iterate over that array of words. So for each word of words. Here, too, is a JavaScript-specific feature, but it's similar in spirit to Python, sort of similar in spirit to C. But the preposition I'm using is indeed of. And I'm saying for each of the words of this words array, it's a little weird, the English, but this is how you can iterate over every element in a JavaScript array. If the current word that we're iterating over starts with capital W, so this is a function that comes with strings in JavaScript, that input value. So in other words, if the word we're looking at in the dictionary starts with the same letters that the human has typed into the text box, let's do this. Let's concatenate onto the HTML variable, which is just an empty string initially, the following HTML. Now, this too looks weird, but remember that the backticks mean that you can interpolate variables inside of curly braces. So this means add to that HTML variable another li tag and another close li tag, inside of which, though, is the word that has matched the first few characters. And do that again and again and again. And plus equals here just means concatenate, concatenate, concatenate. So we're essentially building up in JavaScript more and more and more and more HTML dynamically based on the human's keystrokes. And the very last thing I do is this. I ask the document to query select the UL element, which previously was an empty unordered list, but change its inner HTML to be equal to the li tags that I've been creating in one big variable.
Oh, okay.
So if I go back over to VS Code here, if I go back to my browser tab here and click back, and I now go into autocomplete.html, as the name suggests, this is the essence of how autocomplete exists in Google, in Bing, and in applications more generally on the web and in some mobile devices. If I type in C, I see now an unordered list of all of the words that start with C in this dictionary. If I type A, nothing seems to happen, but that's because the list is so long. If I type CAT, now notice I get every word that starts with CAT. If I type in S, now I get just 4 words, including ketchup at the end, that starts with CATS.
Ketchup.
Meanwhile, if I
Ketchup.
open up the web page's source, notice none of those words are in there. They're in the large.js file, but not in this page. If I instead close that and open up the inspector again, and I go to the Elements tab, and after having typed in cats, notice there are indeed 4 li elements there. But watch what happens. As soon as I delete mention of cats here, all 4 of those li's disappear. And now I'm back to the UL alone. So this is to say, with HTML, we can structure our web pages. With CSS, we can stylize our web pages. And with JavaScript, we can dynamically update and modify our web pages. And via JavaScript, can we therefore implement applications like Gmail and Google itself and CS50.ai and so much more, because it makes what's otherwise a very static experience in the browser suddenly dynamic. And indeed, what JavaScript can even do is make more HTTP calls to the server to get more and more data, more and more tiles from a map, more and more emails from the server. But today, we've seen just the fundamentals. Through your coming problem sets and perhaps final project, where you have an opportunity to apply all 3 of these technologies together to build the web applications and the mobile applications that you and I already use every day. That's it for CS50.
Woo!
We will see you next time.
Nice. Whoa! Whoa! All right, week 8 lecture is complete. That is a great lecture. That was really, really fun, actually. That was one of my favorite lectures that we've done so far. Yeah, it was 3 hours and 15 minutes long, but just in terms of the actual, material, I really enjoyed learning that. It's something that I've been wanting to get more understanding of and actually kind of get some practice with. So I think tomorrow what we're going to do is try to actually get some live practice in this, whether it be in the actual week 8 problem set or just maybe potentially just trying to make a simple portfolio HTML website and just doing some simple styling on it, just to actually apply some of these concepts that we learned today, because it doesn't do us any good to learn the concepts unless we actually put them into practice to reinforce them, or else they're just going to slowly start to fade away, just like that memory curve that gets thrown around social media quite a bit when it comes to learning. You have to keep practicing the concepts every few days in order to have that retention factor and that curve, so that slope of that curve keep flattening out. So anyways, this was a super fun lecture. I really appreciate you guys stopping by and joining me to watch this one. I'm going to go ahead and probably sign off here for today. It is 10:30. We streamed for 3 hours and 42 minutes today. Like I do say, I do have a 9-to-5 job every single day, so I do, I'm putting a lot of time and effort into learning this, but I am passionate about it, and I just like hanging out with you guys in general. So thank you guys truly for being here and joining me. We are, what was it? I think we were 4 subscribers away from 1,500. So if you're in here and you're not subbed, you could be in here and be lucky number 1,500 if you're so thank you guys so much for supporting me here. Let's get caught up on a couple of chats before we sign off. Yeah, I think that's essentially loading the function in memory. It's spaghetti, but it's useful for learning. Just helps you get you thinking a bit more. Yeah, import the JavaScript. Key up is an event that listens for the user to hit the up key on their keyboard. Okay. If you put defer inside the script tag, it'll make the script actually on the bottom. Okay. On submit, add style class to background. The RGB example is the simplest, easiest way to understand as a noob. Left a coding example in the Discord to try and explain the RGB example too. Richard wants leak code. Richard, we've already been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes today. We'll have to take a stab at some leak code tomorrow. So tomorrow, guys, will be just like a basic practice study day of getting some actually applying our current studying, whether it be working on our project or getting some practice in CSS HTML. Maybe we'll even just start to jump in right off the uh, the jump on working on the small business manager and at least trying to get a bare bones HTML structure going for the small business manager and taking in input and whatnot. And then, I think that could be very cool as well. What do you guys think? Because then we could essentially, like, we could get the pages loaded up for the individual sections or the menus, or we could just have it be on one central page, all kind of conglomerated together on one like home page. So, but we'll probably need like a sign in feature to be able to create like accounts and users and manage that kind of information. So there's a lot that can go into that. It sounds like holy crap. So maybe we'll have to little by little we'll get it done. We'll learn. So what do you guys suggest we do? Should we try to make like a simple portfolio website first, or should we, try to at least, or just jump right into the small business manager and try to get a front end design going right off the jump on that? What do you guys think? Let me see here. Richard, have you been grinding much leak code? You've been putting me to shame with your studying, probably. Come on, why won't this work? And that put that right there. That's fine too. There we go. Always got to do it just for kicks. No relax. We see you tomorrow, bro. P.S. When you're opening that first pack of cards. I know. Okay, so I just what booster box should we get? I'm a little bit out of the game since I was opening the TCG cards back in my heydays. So the booster boxes have gotten quite elaborate with all the new games out. So what box should we get? Do you guys have any recommendations? My goal for the channel, I think, would be super fun, is like once a stream or maybe twice a stream to open up a pack of Pokemon cards, and then we collect the good ones, and at the end of the week we give them away to a lucky special viewer, or maybe we open it up like the channel memberships finally for like a very low price, maybe like 99 cents a month, and then that can be one of the perks for the membership, is being offered in the being available for the giveaway of the whatever we do on the streams or whatnot. So well, Mahan, I'm just trying to get some practice with HTML. It's not any sort of project I'll be publishing. It's just to actually just get some practice. Yeah, Richard, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them are like super mega Ruby X, like Starfire pack. Like it's like crazy. I looked them up the other day and I was just like, what do I do? So if you guys have any recommendations for try to make a TikTok to game, try to make a toe game in a browser. Oh, tic-tac-toe, not TikTok-toe. TikTok? You want me to make TikTok in the browser? Richard, yeah, we'll do some leak code tomorrow, guys. How about, okay? So we'll try to take a stab at maybe an easy and maybe a medium tomorrow if we can. So tomorrow will be a good day for practicing. We'll do like an hour of, we'll do some reading at the beginning. We'll do some like JavaScript and HTML, CSS practice with whatever it is, whether front end on the project, and then we'll also do some leak code practice. So tomorrow is going to be a heavy day for just applications. We do like to have these learning days, watch along days, right? We need these to be able to take in the new information, but then we need to apply them on those other days. For sure, Mahan, no worries. I'll probably take a break for a little bit, and then we'll see where I'm at if I'm got some energy still in the head. About 2 hour days on leak code, but work is slow, so I get to sink my teeth in for now. Awesome. How many problems have you completed? Are you doing it in Python, Richard, or are you doing it in C? Just play locally for yourself, yeah. All right. Let's see if we reached 1,500 here. Oh, we're 2 subs away, guys. We are 2 subs away from 1,500. So thank you guys truly for being here and joining me. You guys are so, so awesome. This is really, really special. I honestly really never thought in my wildest dreams I would ever have a YouTube channel with over 1 subscriber, let alone 1,500 people that, watching me teach myself stuff. It just seems crazy when I tell my family members or my parents that this is what I do in my free time. They kind of look at me with this blank stare and they understand that I am learning to code and everything, but they don't really understand the whole aspect of streaming and like interacting with other people. And so anyways, it's just kind of funny. I never thought in my wildest dreams we'd be at this point of almost, we got 99, 1 away. Who wants to be lucky number 1,500? I'm trying to get a screenshot of it here. I like getting screenshots for these memories. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. We will stay on until we'll stay here until we get that last guy, and then we'll wrap it up there for the evening. Any final notes you guys want to add on JavaScript? Should we go look up the example that unsubscribing right now? Got me there. You just keep me, if you guys want to keep me streaming, just unsub. Brutal. Let's see here. Here we go. It's probably here. No, not that guy. That's the alert one. Oh, did you post it in the CS50 community? Yeah. Oh, we got it. 1,500, boys. 1,500. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Thumbs up in the chat. Thumbs up on the stream. You guys are awesome. This is all thanks to you guys, truly. Like, this channel is, honestly, it's like a 50-50 split. It's you and me working together here. This is a peer-to-peer. This is not like, anything like, truly, this is all about interacting with you guys and creating a community. I really like just, hanging out and being with you guys and learning together. It's super fun. So I'm gonna take some of you guys up on that peer coding you guys talked about. I've never really heard about that before, but apparently if it's really effective for learning, I'm definitely interested. So if you have, if you're interested in wanting to do some peer coding alongside me, and we can make it a segment on the stream, like an hour segment or something, an hour and a half, and do that once or a couple times a week, that I think that would be really cool to also show people that aspect of learning as well. So for this example here, we have an outer body element has the color style applied to it. So body, and we have 3 buttons inside. 3 buttons, each with a unique ID, right? The script tag contains JavaScript code that adds interactivity to the HTML elements, allowing these buttons to change the page's background color when clicked. So we have the script. Select the body element from the document and store in the body variable here. So we declare body with let body equal the document.query selector, and we're going to search for and select the body element for this query selector. So we're finding and selecting the first body element found in this HTML. We are then going to do a query selector for the red ID tag and say add event listen for the click event on whatever on that ID tag. So red is a button, right? So it has an event of a click. So on click, we're going to run this function of style.backgroundColor equal body.style.backgroundColor equals red. So we're just overriding the background color to red. And we're doing that for green and blue. Yeah, this one's pretty self-explanatory. So I just definitely getting familiarity with, document dot and then all these various functions is going to be key here. And then also just remembering all of these various, methods that are attached to actually access these parameters and just making sure things is organized as well, I think is going to be another key thing. It seems like it can get very cluttered very fast, and that can also probably limit and bottleneck your learning and ability to perform. So just keeping organized, understanding what's going on. These comments are really great. So yeah, thank you guys so much for helping me out and giving me this. This is awesome. Everything is in the Discord here if you want to check these out for yourself. It's really awesome. You should make a going to MDN like your initial reaction for JavaScript questions. What do you mean? You should make a going to MDN like your initial reaction for JavaScript questions. Oh, sorry, I get what you're saying. You should make going to MDN. So what is MDN? Let's look this up really quick. MDN, JavaScript, Mozilla MDN. Isn't Mozilla like a one of those old YouTube channels that was like for like gaming? You guys know what I'm talking about? Come on, it sounds. Isn't that like an old like YouTube channel for like YouTube for gaming or for like those Oh no, that's Mojang. No, it's Watch Mojo or is it Mojango or there's Watch Mojo. I thought there's like a Mozilla one though. Soon 1.5, 1.5 milli. Mahan, that would be insane. I can't even believe that. Epic Beaver. CS50 is great. I'm great. Intro to CS. I'm currently a freshman semester of CS degree after switching majors, and I took this course to prep for my return to uni. Props to you. Wish you the best. Awesome, Beaver. Thanks so much for being here and joining me. Yeah, we've been teaching myself Python for a little over 7 months. I have a degree in human bio and a minor in chemistry. It's been quite the journey so far. We have been gained like an intermediate fluency in Python, and we've created a few projects so far. But now we're starting to expand our knowledge into more in-depth, computer science topics like hardware architecture and design, and also into just more other languages like front-end development and things like that. So it's really it's been quite fun so far. So thank you guys so much. So this is Mozilla's web docs, JavaScript guide, introduction, grammar types. So I might just take some time on my free time, honestly, like on my lunch breaks and in between things at work, and I might just read through this. Like this looks really useful. So I might just go ahead and read through this to really get an understanding and breakdown of what's going on here. Let me go ahead and copy this. And then I'll paste it in the Discord from a reference later. I'll put it in the CS50 community here, or in the HTML CSS. Should I make HTML CSS JavaScript, or should I make a whole new JavaScript category? What do you guys think? New category JavaScript? Well, they're usually paired, right? So let's throw it together. Edit category, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. All right, I just edited the HTML, CSS, JavaScript category on the Discord, so now it's combined. And then we'll go HTML, CSS, JavaScript, community, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript community. All right, sweet. So then I'll go ahead and paste that on in here. For my reference later. Awesome. Thanks for giving me that reference. MDM docs. We'll go and reference those when we have questions now. Mozilla is Mozilla Developer Network. JavaScript Bible. Mozilla is who makes Firefox browser. Awesome. Oh, that's probably why it sounds familiar. Yeah. Excellent training resource. Sweet, learning is a great hobby to have. Awesome. Thanks, Beaver. No all-in-one. Make it web dev. Wait, what do you mean, Mahan? I recommend not memorizing MDM anytime you have a question. Event listener, Google event listener MDN. Okay, got you. So just use it as our resource, our primary lookup resource. All right. One second, you guys. 1 second. Let's check here. We're at 15:01, so we're already moving on past 1500. So I'm gonna sign off here for today, guys. We streamed for just under 4 hours, so I'll probably just stay until we hit that 4-hour mark just to make it nice, clean, and even, and then we'll be done. Make the name web dev. It's too long. On the What are you talking about? Web dev on which one? Oh, on the Discord channel. Okay. I got you. And then we'll say web dev community. All right. There we go. How's that look? All right. We've got 40 seconds left till we hit that 4-hour mark. Then we'll go ahead and sign off for the evening. I'll be back tomorrow, guys, like normal, 7 p.m. PST. So be back here. Look on the Discord for the announcement. If I'm late or running early, I'll let you know on there. If my work runs on, but I should be, tomorrow's going to be an easy day because I released my product already for the company and made them their millions of dollars that they wanted for their product. So I'm good to go. But thank you guys for joining me tonight. That hits the 4-hour mark. I'm signing off for tonight. My name is Michael. This has been really, really fun. I'm really enjoying learning this all with you guys. I look forward to this every single day. It's my highlight of my day is coming in here and coding with you guys. So message me in the Discord for any additional questions or resources, and we can chat there. I'll talk to you guys